Good evening, everyone. It's Friday, July 17, 2026, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me for the first of two playthroughs of an odd little game called Suzaku Detective. This is actually the second box. We're going to talk about it a little bit. Talk about what exactly this is and our previous history with this game, but let's check in with the chat. See how everyone is doing. YouTube says there are 12 people here, 4 likes for whatever that's worth. Jonathan Warner. So a couple people here who joined me for the first playthrough of the first box back in May of 2025. And some new people as well. It's pretty warm here, even with the air conditioners going. All right, if there's nothing else to talk about, I did a channel update last weekend. If you are curious about this channel and what it's all about, you might want to check out that. Okay, Suzaku Detective. Now, first thing to say is if you look at this box, you'll notice that actually this looks like it's Suzake Detective. But here it is back to Suzaku Detective. And here you'll see Suzaku Detective 2. So, I believe Jonathan is certainly the person who discovered on Amazon the second box. I believe it was Jonathan who found the first box. So, if you go and try to find A and B games, good luck. Good luck. What we've got here is a game produced, we believe, in China. Now, almost all board games are made in China, But this one doesn't seem to have a origin outside of China. And it's well, the first box we played, we had very low expectations. Now, Amazon, and there doesn't seem to be any sign of this anywhere outside of Amazon. Now, if you go on Amazon, in addition to all of the real mystery cases, you will find cases that are either generated almost entirely by AI, like little no-name, no-brand mystery games or books that are either made from AI or some combination of stolen or written in another language and translated with machine translation, and they're broken in a generous sense. No one expects them to be good. No one's doing quality control. And you're just trying to, it's like going fishing in Amazon. The sellers are going fishing for buyers, and the buyers are fishing for interesting games. And it can be amusing. And that was the spirit with which we tried the first box. But it was actually a little bit different than we expected. It wasn't terribly translated. In fact, the translation was pretty good. And the format was a little odd. It's almost all reading. It's almost all reading from a book. There were a little bit of cards occasionally that we were given. But in the first box, it said something like playtime 15 minutes, up to 20 players, 3 cases. But really, it was a very traditional game suited for 1 person or maybe 2, taking a couple hours to play. And the general experience we had with the first box, I mean, I can see in the comments and on the Discord that people were making fun of it. But really, it was no worse than most of the Dear Holmes stories, mail stories that we read every weekend, every Sunday, in that it was an intriguing, weird story that we spent quite a bit of time trying to understand. And then the solution is not 100% satisfying. That's a little unbelievable, a little far-fetched. But that's par for the course on this channel. That's actually can be a very enjoyable process of trying to understand a case that doesn't quite make sense, and you spend a good chunk of time trying to think of any possible explanation that could make sense. And that's the enjoyment. And then when the solution comes, if it's a little silly, that's okay. That's not the end of the world. And that's what we got from the first box. And if the second box is up to that quality, I think we'll consider ourselves lucky and happy. They did change a couple of things, I can see. There are only 2 cases in this box compared to 3 in the last one. If you look at the Amazon ad for this, it's got, here's something odd. If you look at the ad for this on Amazon, I think it's about $20. But the ad, you can clearly see the hallmarks of bad AI on the text. Like, you can see the weird AI characters, but on the actual box, they're fine. So it's almost as if whoever was told to make the ad didn't have access to the box. It's really a weird thing. Wouldn't you think that they would just have the art from the box? There's lots of weird things happening with this whole game. And then what's happening here? Suzake Detective or Suzake Detective. All right, let's take a look at the back here. Suzaku Detective is Suzaku Detective. So here we got some weird embedded quotes here. Is composed of 2 identical stories. Why is that in quotes? The Mystery of Simplicity and the Wildflower Mountain Manor Kidnapping. quotes are all messed up here. You play as a detective named Suzaku, investigating 2 unsolved cases, solving puzzles, and uncovering the truth. I'm now remembering that when we played the first one, there were a couple cool things about it, a couple unexpected neat things. One of them was the way it was told, the way the detective was talking to his partner about stuff. Okay, let's look at our 2 cases. The Mystery of Simplicity. 2 gunshots, 10 seconds apart. 2 gang leaders both killed, each over a kilometer away. The firing position, incredibly complex. In 10 seconds, nowhere near enough time for 2 precise kills. So how did the killer do it? Okay. A nice, clean, simple case, and then maybe a longer one. We'll read that when we play it. Let's take a look. Game process times 1. Mystery of Simplicity, game script, clue cards, truth and endings manual, and a mini envelope. Wildflower Mountain Manor kidnapping. A cipher compendium manual. Oh, and a mini clue, 17 mini clue cards. Okay, 3.5 hours. Does that mean per game? Does that mean in total? We don't know. Room 1309, Buildings and Klenal Keksing Science Park. Wadong Community, Zizang Subdistrict, Bao'an District, Shenzhen. I know Shenzhen is the city in China where they have huge amount of technical electronic stuff they make. Okay, but someone could, in China, watching this, could go knock on that door of 1309 Building 6 and let them know, hey, some people in America are playing your game. If there are humans involved in this, which I think there are. Okay, so here we have an overview of the rules. There's our case that we're going to play tonight. We may play case 2 Sunday. We were talking about plans for Sunday. Normally we do our play-by-mail Dear Holmes. The channel on Discord, Debbie Levy and Jonathan have convinced me that we're going to read a book from 1934 over the course of a month. So we're not going to start a new Dear Holmes case this Sunday, and then I have Gen Con, I believe, the Sunday after. So it's not clear what we're going to do on Sunday. Maybe we'll play the second case. Okay, so there's the case we're going to play today. Here is the book that we're going to essentially read today. Truth and Endings. Okay, after reading and solving the 3 cases, but there aren't 3, there are only 2. This is our solution. And here is the second case and a different book. From the second case, looks like might be interviews in this one. And then password rescue. That sounds like what was being described at the back of this box as cipher stuff. And truth and endings for that case. So this big giant book is all solution for this case. Now, it may be more reading than you're used to here on this channel. Not evidence, but reading. Okay, so this is our solution, I believe. Let's take a look at this. The game consists of 2 separate scenarios. You'll play them in order, solving each case before moving on to the next. Read through the first script, The Mystery of Simplicity. Gather and organize all the clues, deduce the perpetrator's method, and identify the true culprit. Once you've reached your conclusion, open the Mystery of Simplicity, Truth and Endings manual to see the official solution and possible outcomes. Multiple outcomes, perhaps? Next, proceed to the second case, the Wildflower Mountain Manor kidnapping. Before you start reading the script, find the clue props envelope. For this case, take out the cryptography briefing card and the player tip card. It looks like that case is going to be a little bit different with some cipher stuff. When you finish your deduction, read the solution. After experiencing this game, you can play the guide and lead another friend to try it. Your appropriate guidance during your friend's gameplay will greatly enhance their experience. Okay, fair enough. I'm not sure we're supposed to open this yet, but I guess we're supposed to start here. Any thoughts before we get started here? Any suffering from the smoke? Not in the Midwest. No smoke. No smoke here. All right. Maybe I'll keep this nearby. All right, we're going to get a little introduction to our cast of characters here. Suzaku Detective. A mind trained in logic, a heart hardened by experience. He understands people, but not by what they say, but by what they choose to hide. Time and again he has clashed with a shadowy organization known only as the Night Killer Organization. He does not chase chaos. He dismantles it methodically, relentlessly. Behind every illusion, he seeks the one thing that never lies, the truth. Okay, English is fine. The mystery of simplicity. So this is a carryover from the first box. We got hints about this Night Killer organization, but we didn't really run into them. Maybe a tiny bit. The mystery of simplicity. Let's zoom in as much as we can so my eyes have the best chance. Story background. 2 gunshots 10 seconds apart. 2 gang leaders both killed, each over a kilometer away. The firing position incredibly complex. And 10 seconds, nowhere near enough time for 2 precise kills. So, how did the killer do it? The victim fell from the rooftop. Dozens of witnesses saw it happen. And the murderer, well, he was right there among them. So how did he push the man off the roof without ever leaving the crowd? Then there were 2 identical cups of coffee, one poisoned. The killer was nowhere near the scene, and yet the victim drank the fatal one. How did the killer ensure that outcome? A little bit confusing what they're talking about here. Gunshots, someone pushing off a roof, and someone drinking 1 of 2 cups of coffee. All right, we have some non-player characters. The Eagle, he's the Japanese police, my childhood friend. The leader of the Hayakawa clan. Victim 1, the leader of the Umenihara group. Victim 2, Kenji Doi, criminal division chief. Sechi Shirasawa, Deputy Section Chief. Kenta Takahashi, Police Station Guard. And Matsumoto Yu, Police Chief. Now you might, to me, these are all Japanese names. So is this set in Japan? Yes, it's all set in Japan. Japanese police. Written in China, we think. Set in Japan, or are these written by a Japanese author? We don't know. No one takes credit for the writing of these games. We don't get an author. All right, so settle in. We've got a bunch of writing. We might have multiple parts and chapters. The way the first one worked is that we were asked a couple questions along the way. So like 3 chapters, each chapter we had to try to solve it. And we would try to figure out our theory, and then we turn the page and hear a little bit about that one. So many little puzzles, not puzzles, stories to solve. All right, is everyone ready for this? Are we all settled in? Those of you who are using this channel to help you fall asleep? Everybody's tucked in with their air conditioner on high. Ready to go? Okay, Jonathan Warner says ready. All right, let's get started. Silent angles. My name is Suzaku. I'm a detective. Do you believe in ghosts? I do, I replied. The end of science is metaphysics. What we call the impossible simply exists because human cognition hasn't yet reached that level. Same as how certain people still argue with me about whether a light year is a measure of time or distance. I glanced at the man beside me. He took a theatrical sip of his drink, turned toward the window with a look of profound mystery, only to end up coughing violently on my words, gasping for air in a thoroughly undignified mess. You're mocking me for being uneducated, and I have evidence, he said, giving me a wounded glare. I couldn't help but laugh. The man's name is Eagle. His full Chinese name is Lam Chin Ying. The Ying in his name means eagle in Chinese, hence his choice of the English name Eagle. Anyone seeing that name might reasonably suspect his parents were die-hard fans of Lam Ching Ying, a Hong Kong actor and martial arts choreographer, famously known for portraying Taoist priests in Chinese vampire movies. And in fact, that's exactly the case. Perhaps because of this name, Eagle developed an obsession with the supernatural that borders on pathological. Whenever something appears even remotely beyond human comprehension, he immediately attributes it to ghosts, and it's become something of a routine. I methodically dismantle his ghost theories with logic, and he, undeterred, endlessly searches for paranormal cases in an attempt to convince me that ghosts really do exist. This time was no different. I'd barely stepped off the plane from the U.S. before he dragged me straight onto a flight bound for Japan. He insisted, this time absolutely, that he had finally found a case that only the supernatural could explain. All right, I said, go on, let's hear it. I already knew exactly how this would play out. No matter what example I offered, he would inevitably come up with a reason, some impossible factor, to refute me. It happened just a month ago, Eagle began, his hands already animated, his expression growing increasingly excited. An incident that sent shockwaves through both the criminal underworld and law enforcement in Tokyo. The heads of the Uminahara group and the Hayakawa clan were both shot dead. Half of Tokyo practically shut down because of it. Martial law was in effect for days before the city slowly clawed its way back to order. Wait, hold on, I interrupted. You just said shot dead. How exactly does this connect to ghosts? I thought you were going to tell me about spontaneous combustion during a rainy night or a snow spirit exacting revenge. You know, something in line with Japanese folklore. But this sounds oddly modern. Just listen, Eagle snapped, shooting me a glare. I raised my hands in mock surrender. You know that famous building in Tokyo, the tallest skyscraper in Japan? Eagle said, lowering his voice as if letting me in on a state secret. I paused, thinking for a second. Yes, I knew the one. It was Azabu Dai Hills Mori JP Tower. Completed in July 2023, located in Azabudai 1 Chrome, Minato City, Tokyo. Officially, it stands at 330 meters, surpassing Osaka's Abeno Harukas, which tops out at 300 meters, but that record wouldn't last long. The Tokyo Torch, scheduled for completion in 2027, would eventually claim the title with a height of 390 meters. Azabudai Hills is a mixed-use superstructure, offices, luxury residences, retail spaces, hotels, even schools and medical facilities. 64 floors above ground, 5 below. What sets it apart from the usual steel and glass monolith is its design. Soft, curved, edges and petal-shaped rooftop, elegant and distinctive. At its center sits an observation deck that, when viewed from above, resembles a massive cross slicing through the building's crown, a striking visual unlike any conventional skyscraper. And the case Eagle was about to tell me, well, it revolved around that very rooftop. The heads of the Umenahara group and the Hayakawa clan both received a letter, Eagle continued, from someone calling themselves Mr. M. The letter summoned them to the rooftops of two buildings, Zinhoi Building and Yoshikawa Building, for a private meeting. At that, something flickered in the back of my mind. Mr. M, the mastermind behind the Night Killer organization. The Night Killer organization has long been an urban legend in H City. Rumor has it the killer is a fanatic admirer of Saw, the horror franchise. His favorite pastime? Kidnapping a group of unlucky victims and murdering them one by one, following some bizarre, preordained sequence. But why? Why had his reach suddenly extended all the way to Japan? I hadn't been particularly interested in this case until now. Now my focus sharpened instantly. I leaned forward. Go on, I urged Eagle. Eagle nodded, smug. I knew this would get your attention. You probably aren't familiar with Zinhao Building and Yoshikawa Building. They're not exactly landmarks, but the important thing is they're perfectly aligned with Azabudai Hills. Both buildings sit roughly 1 kilometer from the hills in a straight line. On the day of the meeting, at exactly 10 a.m., the leader of the Hayakawa clan on the rooftop of Zinhao Building was shot dead first. Just 10 seconds later, the leader of the Umenahara group, standing atop Yoshikawa Building, was also shot dead. Only 10 seconds apart. That's what makes this case insane. Both groups, Hayakawa and Umenahara, immediately traced the direction of the gunshots, and their conclusion was unanimous. The shooter was positioned on the rooftop of Azabudai Hills, the tallest skyscraper in Japan. That doesn't sound mysterious at all, I said flatly. Any competent sniper can do it. From target acquisition, breathing adjustment to pulling the trigger, it's a, 2.5 second process. 2 shots in 10 seconds, entirely within the realm of possibility. I truly couldn't understand why Eagle was spinning this as anything supernatural. It didn't even come close. Eagle gave me that look, the you just don't get it look. A look that always reminded me of his face when my logic completely demolished one of his ghost theories. He pressed on. Sure. If both shots were fired from the same location, it wouldn't be strange, but, he paused dramatically. But what if the shots were fired from 2 different locations? Stop dragging this out. Spit it out already. I smacked the back of his head. He grimaced, rubbing the back of his head. You know this already. Azabudai Hills has a rooftop shaped like a flower. The edges curve smoothly and the top is divided into petal-like structures. And that is exactly where the problem begins. The 2 firing positions were located on the tips of 2 opposite petals, diagonally across from each other. Like you said, a trained sniper needs only 2.5 seconds to aim and shoot. But to disassemble the rifle, carry it across to the opposite petal, set it back up, reacquire the target, and fire again, doing all that in 10 seconds? Impossible. The members of the Uminahara group and the Hayakawa clan tested it themselves. Even their best sharpshooters couldn't replicate it. Under that rooftop's conditions, pulling off 2 shots from those 2 separate points would take no less than 30 seconds. I tapped my pen against my notebook. I don't know why this is in, we've got some blue sections. It's almost like it's bolding them to tell us to pay attention to them. I tapped my pen against my notebook, already jotting down key points. How did they confirm the shots came from that rooftop in the first place? And how did they verify the 10-second gap between the shots with such precision? The building was closed for renovations that day, Eagle said. Not a single person inside, completely empty. But there was one exception. A high school girl who happened to be filming a video nearby. While recording, she captured the sound of the 2 gunshots. At first, she thought it was just fireworks and didn't pay much attention until the police found her. The audio from her video confirms it. 2 gunshots, exactly 10 seconds apart. Not a fraction more, not a fraction less. The police reviewed the footage. No cuts, no edits, no speed manipulation. The metadata confirmed that the video was recorded at exactly 9:59 a.m. on the day of the crime. And that girl, she never left Azubudai Hills before the police arrived. She swore no one came out of the building during that time. And right next to Azubudai Hills is the police station. As soon as they received reports from the Uminahara group and the Hayakawa clan, officers immediately sealed off the entire building. They found the sniper rifle on the rooftop. Ballistics confirmed that the bullets which killed the 2 gang leaders were fired from that very weapon. 2 shell casings were recovered from the scene, and the chemical tests found identical gunshot residue on the walls directly above where the casings were located. Eagle was practically bouncing in his seat now, waving hands as he spoke. 10 seconds! 10 seconds to pull this off. Only a god could do it. I swear, unless this killer had some kind of teleportation skill like in a video game, there's no way a human could do it. Well, what if he had set up 2 sniper rifles in advance? I interrupted Eagle mid-rant. Impossible. Eagle was ready for that one. First of all, there was only 1 rifle found at the scene. The police already conducted ballistic tests. Both bullets were fired from the same gun. And the gunshot residue patterns, the ones on the muzzle and the ones found on the walls above both shell casings, all match exactly. He shot me a look that clearly said, I knew you were going to ask that. I stared down at my notebook, tapping the pen against the page. I don't believe in gods or magic or supernatural powers, but what I did believe absolutely was that the killer had used a method, some trick, some mechanism, something that made a 10-second time-bending crime appear to be reality. As I sank into thought, Eagle slid a phone across the table to me. Here, he said. This is the video the girl recorded. Take a look. I blinked, genuinely surprised. How did you even get this? Eagle grinned. Hey, don't forget who you're talking to. Right, how could I forget? This guy wasn't ordinary. His father was Japanese, but Eagle had grown up in China. His entire family relocated to Tokyo when he was in college. After moving, Eagle passed Japan's National Civil Service Exam Class 2, the notoriously difficult recruitment exam for national-level government employees. The passing rate? Around 20%. And yet this man who spent his free time chasing ghosts, somehow cleared it. Even more absurd, he was later selected for the Inspector General track, one of the most competitive career paths in law enforcement. To this day, I still have no idea how someone like him pulled that off. Did the security cameras capture anything? I asked. Eagle shook his head. If a case becomes a mystery, it's usually because one crucial piece of evidence is missing. Azabudai Hills was closed that day for a reason. The surveillance system had malfunctioned. The entire network was down. I glanced at the phone in my hand, pulling up the video. Eagle noticed I was starting from the very beginning. He reached over, probably intending to scrub forward to the key moment. I stopped him with a gesture. I'll watch it all, I said slowly. The video lasted about 5 minutes. On screen, the high school girl was filming a dance routine. Around the 1 minute mark, the first gunshot ran out, clear, distinct. Exactly 10 seconds later, the second shot. The music continued, leading toward the end of her performance. As the song faded out, the girl stopped dancing, took a short break, and walked over to pack up her equipment. The camera jostled as she moved. It was then, during that shaky moment, I caught it. 2 strange sounds, sharp, grating, like cheap chalk skidding across a blackboard. The 2 noises were separated by about 30 seconds. I see it now, I said quietly. Eagle immediately turned to look at me, and then I began to explain to him exactly how I thought the crime was done. All right, so if we turn the page, we've got our Chapter 1 task. How did the murderer do this seemingly human incapable homicide case? 2. Open the envelope of the clue prop. Check out the silent angle's front view and silent angle's vertical view and give your answers. If you're stuck, you can take a look at the hint clues for reference. Note, please pause your reading here. Only after you feel you have completely solved the truth can you open and read the next case. I think they just mean the next chapter in this case. Only after reading and solving all 3 cases can you access the mystery of simplicity, truth, and ending. Okay, so 3 chapters or 3 cases in this book. Maybe they are 3 cases within each subcase. Okay, so I guess we're supposed to look at this before we answer this. Right? It sounds like it's asking us this question, but it's telling us we're allowed to look at this to give our answers. Okay, so I'm going to open the clue props envelope here. Big envelope. So this is how the first case was. It gave us some background knowledge, but these seem to be okay. So it's telling us that for this case we have access to front view, vertical view, and background knowledge. I believe that's right. I don't know that we're allowed. There's hints. I think maybe that's supposed to be it. All right, let's take a look and see if we're correct here. So this card does not contain spoilers. This is players and understanding background information. It's optional for players. Not reading it won't affect the deduction. And here we've got some Chinese. There exists a particular breed of locked room mystery, the surveillance locked room, a space sealed not by walls or locks, but by eyes, surrounded by watchers, monitored by cameras. The crime scene seems impenetrable. No one goes in, no one comes out, and so the challenge becomes clear. How did the killer bypass the gaze of men and the scrutiny of machines? Setting motive aside, the core of every locked room murder lies in constructing the illusion of impossibility. The illusion, as deceptive as it is deliberate, typically falls into one of three categories. The victim disappears, the weapon disappears, the killer is presumed incapable, bound by time or space. At its heart, the locked room mystery shares its soul with stage magic. The criminal is a performer, staging misdirection through planted evidence, manipulated witnesses, and overlooked realities disguised as common sense. The key to breaking such illusions: question everything, doubt what seems obvious, and above all, follow the cold, uncompromising thread of logic. I like this. This is nice. All right, so let's look at what we're being given. 2 views. I see. Oh, this is nice. All right, so here is the building that we're told the shots came from. 2 different facing petals in the middle of the skyscraper. They see gunshot smoke on the walls or on the ceiling, meaning that it seems to confirm that the 2 shots came from these 2 rooms. And shell casings. Now, I already see something weird. The center is lower than the edges. Gunpowder smoke reaction. Okay, I see something odd here. See if see if you see it too. I'll put this aside first. Let's look at this one. So here is the building where the shots came from, with windows facing 4 directions, and here are the 2 buildings where the 2 people were killed. So I guess we're to understand that it's 180 meters to this. Are we to understand that? I see. Okay. So I think these glass platforms are at the midway point, but we think the killer shot from the roof. I'm gonna have to check that again. But I believe that that might be what we're understanding. Although, was it saying the pedal was in the middle of the building? I'm gonna have to reread that. But I guess we're being told that they were, here's the rooms. I thought they were on the roofs, but maybe not. Maybe they're on the rooms. It's a 200 meter, 210 meter building. We have to reread to make sure the shooter is shooting. Is the shooter shooting from here up, or is the shooter shooting from here down? Need to reread that. Gunpowder smoke reaction was discovered. I think they're shooting from the roof. And this is just showing us that these glass platforms are down below. Let me read that while you try to figure out what I see here that seems odd. Close for renovations. Sniper rifle on the rooftop. The walls directly above where the casings. Okay. Rooftop is shaped like a flower. Yeah, okay. So at the top of this building are these petals, and if you looked down, you'd be able to see the glass platform from the roof looking down. That's what we're seeing here. So shot from here, shot from here. I'm looking down. Now, one of the weird parts in the story was this part where he's like, sure, someone only takes 2.5 seconds to reacquire a target, but think about the time it would take to dismantle the gun, bring it across to the other side, and reassemble it. And I was thinking, who said you have to, who said you had to disassemble the gun? Where did he get that from? Why would you need to disassemble the gun? He says, it's 2.5 seconds, totally possible. And he says, okay, sure, if you're fired in the same location, that's fine, but you have to take it to the other side of the building. Okay, I can see how that would take time. But why is he saying, what's what he said? But he said to disassemble the rifle, carry it across, set it back up. Maybe he just means to take it off. It's surely on a little tripod, like a sniper rifle. You'd have to put a little tripod. So he's basically saying you have to take it off its tripod, bring it out. Okay, so there's something odd about this scene. Take a look. Take a look for a second and tell me what you see. That doesn't seem right about this picture. There's something odd about this picture. Is it that originally the petals were described as diagonal? No, that didn't strike me. That's not what I was thinking. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. Take a look at this picture and now imagine you're the shooter and you've got the gun set up, right? Okay. So you're taking this shot, right? It's a bolt or it's not a bolt. It doesn't matter. You shoot your shot, the casing ejects. Does it eject from the left or the right? Depends on the gun, perhaps. But imagine you're shooting. Bolt comes back, casing ejects. Now you set, casing ejects, here's the ejection port. Now you set up here. You shoot your shot, you eject the casing, and it's ejecting on the opposite side. That's odd. That's a little odd. Casing should be ejecting from the same side of the gun after each shot. And here it's ejecting. I mean, I'm not saying that that's significant, but it is a little odd. All right. I'm not saying that that's important. Maybe it just falls to the ground and could roll off in any direction, but it is a little strange. All right. So the biggest clue we had, though, the biggest clue is the sound that he hears when he watches the whole tape. Gunshot, 10 seconds later, second shot. And then the song fades out and he hears two strange sounds. Like cheap chalk skidding across a blackboard. Two noises separated by 30 seconds. 30 seconds. It's like it's someone cleaning up some equipment, right? The gun is still found at the scene. It's clearly been fired from these two locations. But what is his point? Is his point that you couldn't... We know it's the same gun. We have to trust that they did their analysis. The bullets came from the same gun. So I think that is safe to assume. I'm going to assume that they checked the rifling patterns. Same gun. And the gunshot residue, that would be hard to fake. So I'm going to assume that one shot was fired from this and one shot was fired from the other edge. So the only question is, how do you get from here to, how do you take down your tripod, bring your gun over here, set it up, acquire the target? And what is that scraping sound? Feels like there's some... Okay, the other thing is that the security cameras were shut down. That's why the building was empty. That sounds like another clue. Scraping sound, two scraping sounds, 30 seconds apart. Shots are fired sometime later, like maybe a minute later. Two strange sounds, like chalk skidding across a blackboard, like separated by 30 seconds. So let's start with some basics. If we assume it's the same gun, doesn't necessarily have to be same shooter. You could have a system where the gun traveled by rope, or the gun was on a rope and sort of got dragged from one to the other. You can imagine you got two people with binoculars locating their targets. Not sure why you would do that. You can imagine the gun on a rope. Someone shoots the first one, and then the rope yanks the gun over to the other side where the person is ready, or just a spotter. I guess part of the little struggle I'm having is understanding the argument about why a person couldn't do it. Like our guy says, yes, you could do in 2.5 seconds, you could acquire a new target. So both targets were being shot from the same place. Which you really couldn't do. You couldn't shoot both things from the same place. Okay, so, but then he says it would take to take your gun down, bring it over here, reset it up, would take more than 10 seconds. I mean, could you have device already pre-aimed at this location and pre-aimed at the building where you know this person is going to be, and then you just have to get the gun between the two sides? What is this thing about the steps? The 4 petal-shaped buildings each have a staircase with 6 steps, and each step has a height of 20 centimeters. What is that about? What are we being told here? That these are that this building is made up of 4 separate mini buildings that aren't connected? It's a very weird way of saying this. Each of the 4 petal-shaped buildings have a staircase with 6 steps. Each step 20 centimeters. So a little over a meter. I don't really get that. I don't really understand what this is trying to tell us. I think it might be trying to say that when you're actually on the roof, these are isolated little rooms, and you have to walk up the stairs to get to them, and you have to walk down the stairs and up the stairs to get to this place. Just like 6 steps up to get to the rooftop here. So that, is it saying that to get up to this rooftop, you'd go from here, you'd walk up 6 steps, you'd be out on the balcony, you'd take your shot, then you walk down 6 steps, run across, up 6 steps, balcony, shoot. Let's see what the thought. Could it be fired without a silencer twice, 10 seconds apart, but then a silencer added and fired the real shots? Azabudai Hills is a real building in Tokyo. Oh, neat. I'm interpreting that the scraping sounds were after the second shot. Is that right? I believe we're told the scrapings were after after the shots. I'm guessing the scraping sound has something to do with the glass platforms, like something dropped on them from above or something rolling on them. Could a drone fire the gun? That's an interesting idea. I mean, they did find the gun, and they find the gunshot residue, which they've confirmed is from the gun. So it appears that the gun was fired from the roof under a ceiling. So like under the cover of a ceiling, because the gunshot residue is on like the ceiling of this little port. These little mini buildings, they're like a little alcove, and they can see gunshot residue on the ceiling of it. So it seems to me that but Jonathan is trying to play with time. So I guess what Jonathan is saying is, look, we don't have external confirmation about when the shots hit the people. So they don't check their clocks. The only reason we're sure it took 10 seconds is because you can hear on the camera 2 shots 10 seconds apart. And Jonathan's suggesting, well, one classic way to fake that is to have the real shots silenced and the recorded shots done separately from the shots that killed them. And I think maybe Jonathan is being smart by saying that perhaps what we're hearing on the chalk scraping across is the silencer. What about that? Is that what we're hearing? We're hearing the silencer scrape across the glass platform. So, what if this is our situation? Gunman sets up here, right? No silencer on the gun. Fires the first shot. Bang. It's recorded on camera. It misses. 10 seconds later, bang. Fires the shot that kills the guy. Okay? That's recorded on camera. And he slowly disassembles his rifle, puts on the silencer on the sniper rifle, slowly takes his time, 30 seconds later, he's over here. He fires the shot that kills this guy. It's not recorded on camera. There's music and dancing. There's a silencer on the gun, so that shot is never heard. And then he takes off the silencer and it drops and scrapes across the glass platform where it's picked up on the camera. So we really have two shots 10 seconds apart from this well set up here. And then he takes his time getting to here, which takes 30 seconds, 40 seconds. But this time he's got a silencer, so no shot sound is picked up. He makes the shot and kills this guy. These guys are too far away. They don't hear any of this. And on the camera, you hear the first two shots 10 seconds apart. And then the music drowns out the rest of it. And then when the song finally stops, what you hear is the sound of the silencer hitting the glass and like cheap chalk skidding across a blackboard is the sound of the silencer dropping and skidding across one of these glass platforms. Then the gun is left there. Everything as expected. It's not a bad theory. I do think it says there are two scraping sounds. So do we have to figure out the second scraping sound? I wonder if what we're hearing is the sharp bang of the silencer or the silencer falling down the edge of the building. Why would you hear it twice? It's a little ambiguous here. He says two strange sounds, sharp and grating, like cheap chalk skidding across a blackboard. The two noises separated by about 30 seconds. Oh, I see. So he hears it after the shots. He hears two. I think we're on the right track, though. I think two objects dropped, and they're sliding down perhaps the side of the building. One would be the silencer. Interesting. Why would there... So after the shots, after the music, could even be like a minute later. Two noises. Two of the same noises, we think? I think chalk skidding across a blackboard matches the idea of a silencer falling down the side of the building. Why would there be two, though? Could it be the culprit rappelling down? It could. It could. There's no discussion of the culprit escaping or a discussion of why it would be hard for the culprit to escape. So we don't know if that's something we need to explain. But I guess we're still left with the same question of why is there 30 seconds apart? Two noises separated by 30 seconds. Why would that be? And two of the same sounds? Does that mean the same activity 30 seconds apart? Is it possible that the other sound is of the other casing. Because if we're right, then there are at least 3 shots, right? 2 casings found, but if we're right, there are 3 shots. First shot, 10 seconds later, second shot, both from the same location. Then silencer goes on. Then we come over here with the silencer at a relaxed pace. The third shot goes off and is unheard. Then the person has 2 things to get rid of: silencer, casing. Why they're not trying to carry it out with them? Maybe they don't want to get caught with it. And then they drop those 2. Why they would drop them at a 30-second interval, I'm not sure. Jonathan points out something interesting. It did say, the girl says she didn't see anyone leave the building. That's interesting. That's a good point. Let's read the blue parts again. No less than 30 seconds to do it, and 30 seconds later, 2 noises separated by 30 seconds. He swore no one came out of the building during that time. The girl stopped dancing, took a short break, walked over to pack up her equipment. Camera jostled as she moved. Could there be 2 rifles? No, there's only 1 rifle at the scene, and they did ballistic tests. Both bullets fired from the same gun. Okay, well, I think I'm pretty happy with the... I'm actually not so unhappy about our theory of the silencer masking a 3rd shot. Could these 2 strange sounds just be the muffled real shots? No, I don't see how. Are the 2 sounds the silence shots? I guess that's an interesting idea. So she hears the first 2 shots 10 seconds later, and then she hears 2 shots 30 seconds apart? It's an interesting idea. So I suppose you could say one theory is that what you're hearing going off the edge of the building are the silencer and the shell casing. We are agreed that someone has to get rid of the extra shell casing, right? Or carry it with them. But if they've dropped the rifle, maybe they don't want to be caught with anything. So maybe the 2 sounds are the shell casing and the silencer going down the side of the building, or they are the 2 muffled silence shots. I have a hard time believing that you describe a silence shot as something that would take time, like chalk skidding across a blackboard. But maybe. Wouldn't a silencer change the ballistics? I mean, yes, but let's just assume we've got a trained sniper shooter who knows what they're doing and is doing their ballistics calculations, or they're making multiple shots. Could these two strange shots just be the muffled real shots? Then we're doing 4 instead of 3. I suppose as long as some of them miss, it's okay with us. I'm pretty happy with this as our first guess to our first one. We could look at hints if we wanted to. The hint thing says you can choose whether to view the prompt clues by yourself. So we could look at these if we wanted to. I think maybe for the first one we won't. I feel reasonably good about the idea. Is there anything it doesn't explain? I suppose it doesn't. I don't think we're going to get an explanation of why she doesn't see anyone leave, but it might be more evidence that whoever fired this gun is still in the building and so doesn't want to get caught with anything. That's why they dropped the gun, and maybe that's why they threw stuff overboard. We don't know where the audible shots came from. Could be unrelated or at least not on the roof. It's an interesting theory. I'm not sure it's relevant to us, but you're saying basically that the two shots that we hear that are caught on camera 10 seconds apart might not even be related to our case. They could be fake gunshots, but they could also be just shots made from this gun before the silencer was put on. Either way, it doesn't really help us, does it? It's sort of irrelevant. We know both shots came from this gun. We know there were two shots 10 seconds apart. So, but we don't even, it's possible those are not even from our rifle, but it's sort of irrelevant. There's no reason they couldn't be from our rifle. It's not, the girl isn't the shooter. She's on camera. The one other thing I'm a little concerned about is the specifics about the stairs and the slightly different height between the two office buildings. It's an interesting... It's an interesting thought. I mean... Are you say? I guess you're saying, are you saying like, how do you, with this height difference, if you're 330 meters up, how do you make a shot in here? But it seems like those are reasonable shots to me. You couldn't shoot from here, I wouldn't think. Surely not. So, but as long as you're on the roof, you've got a good shot at these people. I don't see why not. I don't see that the height is an impediment. All right, well, why don't we take our break, and then I'm inclined to read the solution and see if we're basically right about a silenced gun hiding the real second or both shots. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, looks like there's a little bit of, what would you call it? A little bit of cold feet here in the channel about theory of silencer, theory of the angles. Okay, let's go over the silencer theory. The silencer theory is actually pretty simple. We've got two audible shots 10 seconds apart, which doesn't seem feasible that the two shots that killed the two people could have happened within 10 seconds of each other, given where we think that they were fired from opposite sides of the buildings. So the theory of the silencer is that there were more than two shots fired, but the silencer is covering the second shot, which happens longer than a 10-second duration. So the way you explain that these two people were killed is that it didn't take 10 seconds to go from here to here, because that's not humanly feasible. It took 30 plus seconds. So first shot kills this guy. You hear that. And then the shooter sits there for 10 seconds and fires into the air the second shot. Those are the recorded shots. Then the killer takes his time, walks over here slowly, 30 seconds later, a minute later, screws on the silencer, fires the shot that kills this guy, but it doesn't show up on the camera because it's not heard because there's a silencer. So when you listen to the camera, it looks like the two shots happened within 10 seconds of each other. But really, this shot happened, and then another wasted shot happened 10 seconds later, and then a minute later was this shot, which is not on camera. So that's the silencer explanation of how you could kill these two people, make it seem like they were shot within 10 seconds of each other, but really they were shot a minute apart. The only thing that's giving us 10 seconds is the shots on the camera. And then we have to explain the scraping chalk on blackboard sound, and the theory is that either those sounds were silenced shots, in which case maybe the two audible shots weren't even from this gun. They were recorded shots or shots from a different gun from a different person, and that we heard the silence shot, and then 30 seconds later, the second silent shot, and those are what are showing up on camera as the scraping noises. That these are the silent shot, one, and then 30 seconds later, the second one. That's not a bad idea. Or we're hearing the sound of the silencer drop down and the third casing scraping down the side of the building. Those are two theories. Now, there are a couple questions you might ask, like why go to all this trouble? To think we're just trying to assume that the killer is trying to disguise what really happened. Maybe if they get in court, like they can say your theory to the police doesn't make sense. I will point out from a motive standpoint, there's something very odd about the order of these. Like, if this was your plan, if you're like, I'm going to shoot this guy with a silence shot, or maybe both of them with silence shot, and then I'm going to play two loud bangs that are going to seem like they're happening 10 seconds apart. Wouldn't you do that in the other order? Like, wouldn't you first take your shots, kill them, and then draw attention with the two gunshots 10 seconds apart? Maybe even make them from a different location so you throw off the police. It's a little odd that you would first make the loud gunshots and then take your time setting up your real shots. That sounds like asking for trouble. Also, it just occurred to me, isn't it a little odd that this girl filming dancing things hears two gunshots and keeps dancing? She's filming her dance routine. At the 1 minute mark, the first gunshot rung out. clear and distinct. 10 seconds later, the second shot. And then she's still filming her TikTok routine in this abandoned building. But maybe we know in retrospect, we can hear that it's a gunshot, but she can't. She doesn't notice. Or maybe she's part of the plant. All right, so that's that theory. Now, there's a question about the angles. So, did we want to look at these angles and convince ourselves there's nothing to worry about here? All right, let's see. So these are not to scale, so that you could see that might throw you off a little bit. So let's do it to scale. So if we do 100 meters per, there's our 300 meter. Here's going to be our ground. So that's the roof of our main building. And then a kilometer away, which is 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here is our second building. And then 10 this direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here is the roof of our second building. And there's our 300 meter roof. And then if we wanted to go to the platform, it would be here. And it looks like these people are actually down a story or so. So maybe there and there. So you could, it seems to me, make a shot from this middle room and maybe hit someone who is standing up in an office. You could certainly do it from the top of the roof, though. So I think no matter how you look at it, you might be able to pull off this shot as a sort of straight line. You could certainly, it seems to me, pull off this shot too. So I think the geometry tells us that you probably could have shot this person from either. Although if this is right, if this is 180 meters and this is, I don't think these are quite to scale, but if you assume that this is below this, it's a little bit below this, but it wouldn't have to be that much below it to make this shot not feasible. But I think the geometry would probably tell you that you could make either shot, depending on where they were hit in each building. So I don't think that helps us much. And I don't think the steps to the stairs, I don't think that makes much of a difference for us. I really don't. I mean, maybe you could say that the petals are taller. We know the shot, though. Here's the thing: we know that the shots are. We know that some shots are made in these areas because they've got the gunpowder residue here. So you could take silence shots, though. These could be silence shots that were made ahead of time. If you wanted to disguise it and make it look like the shots were coming from here, You could take the silent shots, but surely if this angle from the top of the building didn't make sense, surely the police, surely that would have been the first thing that they would analyze and say, hey, you couldn't even take that shot. We've been up there with binoculars. You can't even see into that window. So I think that's all a red herring, worrying about the angle. I really do. All right, I'm ready to proceed. What I would like to get everyone on record is your guess about these sounds. So I think that I am going to be convinced that they aren't the silencer and the cartridge, but rather are the two shots. The 30-second separation is what does it for me. Like, that feels to me like that sounds like the right time between the two shots. I just don't understand why they would fire this gunshot a minute or two ahead of time. But if you propose that this is unrelated to our guy, then he's just always using the silencer. And then everything makes sense. It's only this gunshot that is odd. Maybe this gunshot is like unrelated. 10 seconds later. Maybe these are shooting like security guards, but I guess we would hear about that. Okay, so we have a little bit of a disagreement here. Scraping sounds are unrelated. Wouldn't it be pretty far away for the girl's camera to hear a silent shot? I don't know. There's debates about how silenced really... I mean, it's hard to silence a rifle, a high-powered sniper rifle. And let's not forget that this person would have to take that silencer with them. All right, so let's not read. Shall we read the hint? I guess we're not 100% sure. Let's see what the hint looks like. Look at that. What does that look like? That's a silencer. The sound of a sniper rifle equipped with a suppressor will decrease from 360 decibels to 300 decibels, and the tone of the gunshot will become more high-pitched and elongated. Looks like we might have been on the right trail. All right, let us read the solution. After reading and solving the 3 cases, please read this book. Surely we don't want that. Okay, pause and then read the next page. Here we go. Oh, and then so don't read this until we read the full thing. Okay, so I don't know if we're going to get the solution here. Yep. After hearing my analysis, Eagle fell silent. I didn't say anything either. The endless hours of travel were starting to wear me down. We got off the plane and climbed into the car and that had come to pick us up. So it seems like what it's doing is it's making us answer it, but it's not going to tell us the answer, or is it? I mean, we've given this guy the answer, but we haven't told us the answer. We got off the plane and climbed into the car so that had come to pick us up. So where are we heading next? I asked, rubbing my aching temples. Eagle hadn't said a word since we landed. Typical. Every time I dismantled one of his ghost theories, he'd sulk for a while like clockwork. Honestly, I sometimes wondered, how does someone like him, a full-fledged criminal division chief, manage to lead a team with his head full of ghosts and demons? Do his subordinates actually take him seriously? Azubu Azabudai Hills, Eagle muttered, sounding more than a little resentful. To do what? That shooting happened a month ago, I frowned, puzzled. Who said I dragged you all the way to Japan for the shooting case? Eagle finally perked up, a spark returning to his eyes. That was just, well, the appetizer. Oh, well, I chuckled. So after talking my ears off on the plane, that was just the starter. Fine, let's see the main course. Truth be told, the Azabu Dai shooting case wasn't much of a challenge. It only seemed complicated because everyone had been fooled by the killer's clever misdirection. Once you cracked that illusion, the whole thing unraveled easily enough. The only thing that still lingered in my mind was Mr. M. I had no idea how deeply the Night Killer organization was involved in this case. Who did it and why? Yeah, this time, Eagle said, lighting a cigarette, the case happened again at Azabu Dai Hills. And it's, strange, very strange. The victim wasn't just anyone. It was Kenji Doi, criminal division chief from the precinct near Azabu Dai. Same rank as me. His tone was heavy, edged with frustration. Police officer being killed, well, that was a whole different matter from a gang boss getting shot. Gang bosses always had enemies. Ambushes were part of the job description. But when a police officer dies, well, it means something more. Much more. There are usually only two possibilities in cases like this. One, personal revenge. Two, an organized, targeted assault on law enforcement. If it's the first, it leaves a trace. If it's the second, well, every cop is at risk until the killer is caught. No wonder Eagle dragged me all the way to Japan. 3 days ago, the day it happened, Eagle continued, drawing on his cigarette. Few of us were ordered to the station by the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. There was supposed to be a meeting at 1 p.m. chaired by Kenji Doi. But by 2:30 p.m., an hour and a half past the scheduled 1 p.m., he still hadn't shown up. One of the station guards tried calling him. Midway through the call, the guard suddenly shouted, "Officer Doi, what's going on?" Then he rushed towards the window. We all followed, looked out, and that's when we saw it. Kenji Doi falling from the top of Azabudai Hills. Eagle exhaled slowly. By the time we got there, he was dead. Killed on impact. We checked his movements, found out he'd booked room 1903 at Azabudai. But when we entered the room, there were no signs of forced entry, no struggle, nothing to indicate anyone else had been there. Yeah, and just one thing. Eagle flicked the ash from his cigarette. His voice dropped. Yeah, on one wall, written clearly, was a single line. I deserve to die. Did the surveillance catch anything this time? I asked, jotting down a few quick notes in my notebook. This time, the entire process was recorded from start to finish, Eagle replied. A cleaner passed by the door first. Half an hour later, Kenji Doi appeared and entered the room. Entered room 1903. The footage clearly shows throughout the entire time only Kenji Doi went in. No one else was captured entering or leaving. Not until police arrived and forced the door open. Well, was he alive when you saw him falling, I asked, or at least can you confirm he was conscious? Eagle shook his head. No. There's some distance between Azabudai Hills and the precinct. We could clearly tell the person falling was Kenji Doi, but there's no way to determine whether he was conscious at that moment. According to the autopsy, the forensic report confirmed there were no traces of sedatives, sleeping pills, or any tranquilizers in his system. This time, Eagle didn't have the authority to share any further evidence. I looked back down at my notebook, absent-mindedly drawing a few lines. A vague idea was beginning to form in my mind, but it still needed proof. We arrived at Azabudai Hills, where the security was still tight. Eagle flashed his credentials to Sechi Shirasawa, the deputy section chief of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, and I also showed my ID. I caught a flicker of disdain in Shirasawa's eyes, but he didn't say anything. He stepped aside and let us through. On the way to the crime scene, I noticed a delivery worker arguing with a cleaning staff member. It looked like it was about to escalate into a fight. But maybe because Eagle was wearing his uniform, the two glanced over, decided against it, and walked off in opposite directions. They allow couriers in here? I asked. Eagle nodded. Yeah, as long as you place an order in advance through their official website, a courier will be dispatched to pick it up. Not bad. Pretty convenient, I chuckled. Eagle nodded in agreement. Soon we arrived at room 1903, the one Kenji Doi had booked. Just as Eagle had described, the place was a mess, and on the wall, written in blood, were the words, "I deserve to die." The police had already analyzed the writing. The blood was confirmed to be Kenji Doi's. But the handwriting didn't match his. In fact, it looked crude, like the clumsy scrawl of someone who had only just learned how to write. Or more precisely, the kind of handwriting someone produces when forced to write with their non-dominant hand. You really think this writing in blood was done by Kenji Doi himself? Are you telling me this case is a suicide? I asked, staring at the words on the wall. I noticed something odd. 2 thick blotches of blood within the handwriting, as if someone had jabbed a brush dipped in ink forcefully onto the paper. Eagle shook his head. No. There's no reason for suicide. Kenji Doi was about to get promoted. His child was just born. He was in good health, no illness. I can't think of a single reason he would kill himself. Then you think this is murder? I pressed. Well, Eagle hesitated. This is an impossible crime. I don't know. You're still clinging to your ghost theories, aren't you? I shot him a sharp look, piercing, deliberate. The kind of look that feels like a cross-examination in court. Eagle stayed silent for a long time. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, I cut him off. There's no such thing as a perfect crime. No such thing as an impossible crime. If the crime happened, then there is evidence. There are traces. Always. I patted him on the shoulder. It was time for this ghost hunter to get a proper lesson in the cleansing power of logic and deduction. Tell me, I said, whenever you find a death message at a crime scene, there are always 2 possibilities. What are they? Eagle thought for a moment. Well, either it's a message left by the victim to identify the killer, or it's something the killer wrote to mislead the investigation. Exactly, I nodded, and clearly this time the message, "I deserve to die," was written to make it look like Kenji Doi committed suicide. And that's not all. Beyond misleading us, this death message serves an even more important purpose. I pulled out my pocket camera and began photographing the blood-stained writing on the wall. What purpose? Eagle asked. To cover up certain traces, I said, snapping the last photo and tucking the camera back into my bag. Then I gestured for him to follow. Come on. There's one more thing I need to check. After that, we'll pull the mask right off this so-called impossible crime. Eagle's trust in me wasn't something that formed overnight. It was the product of a lifetime. So when I told him to follow me into the hallway, he didn't hesitate. Squat down, I said. He obeyed without question. I climbed onto his shoulders. Stand up. Again, no questions. He did exactly as instructed. From that vantage point, I spotted it. The SD card still plugged into the surveillance system. And at that moment, everything clicked. Every single clue finally lined up in a straight line. Did you check the cameras on the 20th floor? I asked. Eagle blinked, caught off guard. The 20th? No, but if you need it, I can pull the footage for you. I nodded. Good. Next, we're going to need a few important statements. I gave him a grin. Come on, it's time to dust off those gray cells of yours. This case is child's play. Together, we headed to the precinct and sat down for a meeting with Sechi Shirasawa. The station guard came in and asked what we'd like to drink. Tea for me, I said. The other two asked for coffee. As soon as the guard left, Eagle stood up, followed him to the door, and exchanged a few light-hearted words. Then the guard stepped out. A few minutes later, the guard returned with a tray holding 3 drinks. He handed me my tea first, then turned to Eagle and said he'd forgotten to bring the white sugar Eagle had asked for. With that, he hurried out again to retrieve it. Oh, I see. Next page. I watched him disappear through the door. Casually, I picked up the 2 coffees and handed one to Shirasawa, the other to Eagle. The guard soon returned, handed the sugar packet to Eagle, and quietly left the room. I took a sip of my tea. The other 2 tasted their coffee, silent, waiting. I cleared my throat. Then slowly and carefully, I began to lay out everything I had deduced. That's a weird way of ending this case. As long as a crime is committed, there will be traces of crime. How did the murderer do it? A complete answer to the murderer's crime. Open the envelope of the clue prop. Check the testimony of the cleaner, the testimony of the delivery person, Suzaku's notes, and photos taken by Suzaku. Provide your answer. Pause your reading here. Only turn the page when we've got it. Okay, so there's only the one hint which we figured out. So we didn't dwell on the fact that we seemed to have figured this out, which was pretty cool. Now we're going back to the clue envelopes, though. So the photographs taken by him. We need 2 testimonies. There's our 2 testimonies and his notes. Okay. So let's take a look at what we've got here. I do remember when we played the first box that I kind of appreciated that there was a real style to this detective. Like, you know, when you read a detective case, each detective, the good writing of detective cases, the protagonist has like a personality and a type. And I do remember that we're seeing the same person is writing these, and they're writing these with the detective who has some characteristics. And one interesting thing is our guy is telling us, I remember when we read these stories, the Suzaku stories, there's a little bit of a style to it. And one of the style is we get to see when he starts to figure things out. And he sort of teases when he's come up with something, and so we can sort of see. It's almost like a little bit of a hint when he realizes that he's figured something out. We sort of get a flash of it before he shows off. So we get a little bit of insight into his thought process. All right, so let's take a look at first the photograph he took. So this is the photograph of the blood. It's in Japanese, I guess, written poorly. And there are the 2 big splotches. Blood is smeared on the wall, forming the words, "I deserve to die." Police examine the writing and confirm the writing is not Kenji Doi's. Or they're written by the non-dominant hand. The strokes are crude, more like the clumsy scrawl of a child who has only just learned to write. So I don't, more precisely, it looks like something written with the non-dominant hand. So if there's some clue about the direction of writing, I'm not sure we'll be able to figure that out. I believe Japanese is right to left. I'm not 100% sure, though. but we're not going to be able to pick up any clues to that. But the obvious thing, if both of these statements are true, then what you would expect is that it's not his handwriting, and the person who's written it is purposely using their non-dominant hand to disguise their handwriting. And then this evidence doesn't tell us anything about these blotches, but the text of the story does. And what can you see here? You can see that I don't know if, like, you can see the writing through the splotch, through both splotches. So the splotches are kind of transparent. And they're kind of in an odd shape, but I don't know if... We'll have to go back and read what it said about them. Something about possibly disguising these. Like, are you writing these to disguise these splotches? Or what are the splotches? We don't really know. They look completely different. They're almost like blood spatters. You can see a little bit of spatter here. So, have you cut someone's throat or hand? And that's what the splotches are. Hard to say. Okay, let's take a look at Suzaku's notes here. Time of the fall from the roof was 2:30 p.m. Time of police arrival 2:50 p.m. Police inspector's name was Kenji Doi, graduated from the same police academy as the deputy section chief of the National Police Agency, Sechi Shirasawa. He also had a very close relationship with the station chief. Since Kenji Doi's death, Sechi Shirasawa had been constantly frowning, clearly troubled. He had been investigating tirelessly, trying to uncover the truth behind what had happened. Surveillance system here was surprisingly still using Japan's traditional old-fashioned SD recorders. How had such outdated equipment not been phased out? The hotel staff explained it was for security reasons to prevent hacking and data breaches. The entire low-voltage system here uses non-network devices. These machines stop recording when powered off, automatically resume recording when powered back on. The footage itself does not display any specific timestamps. Normally, each recorder contains 2 memory cards, and each card can store up to 24 hours of footage. Why is it that the surveillance footage from both the 19th and 20th floors on the day of the incident only lasts 23 hours and 50 minutes? So someone has taken the cards out or unpowered them for a 10-minute block, done the murder, put them back in. That's our missing 10 minutes and why it doesn't show anyone coming and going. The surveillance angle on the 20th floor was exactly the same as the one on the 19th floor. Aside from the cleaning lady passing by, the only other person who showed up was the delivery man. Just as he said, the door was slightly ajar. He didn't step into the room at all. He simply pushed the door open a little, reached in to pick up the package placed by the door, then closed the door and left. We're going to read that testimony in a minute. There seemed to be a brief reflection from the inside of the door panel, but it was hard to see clearly. Unfortunately, there is no clue left in room 2003 now. That would be the room above 1903. So we're going to read about that, I guess. Counting backwards from 2:50 p.m. to 12 p.m., the total surveillance footage is only 160 minutes. There's a big question mark there. The emergency staircase at Azabudai Hills was locked. It could be accessed freely, and it happened to be in a surveillance blind, wasn't locked. It could be accessed freely, and it happened to be in a surveillance blind spot. And the guest in the room 2003 is Mr. M, which we know is the name of the leader of this mysterious kidnapping group. Okay, so 2:50 to 12 p.m., counting backwards. So 2 hours and 50 minutes would be 120 plus 50, 170 minutes. So, in other words, leading up to the falling of the body is 10 minutes missing. So 10 minutes is missing. We know that 10 minutes happened somewhere in the 3 hours before the death. A weird little reflection. Okay, that's his note. So let's listen to the cleaner and the delivery person then. Good afternoon, ma'am. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Suzaku. I'm a detective. I'd like to ask you a question. When does your cleaning shift usually start? Our rule is to patrol the building once a day. There's no fixed time, but I have to start from the top floor and work my way down to the bottom. It takes about 10 minutes to clean each floor. I see. Then could you recall what time you were on the 20th floor and the 19th floor that day? Let me think. Okay, right. All right, but this is just between us, okay? You mustn't tell anyone. I was secretly watching a show that day. It starts exactly at 12 noon. I remember I had just arrived on the 19th floor when the show began. Don't worry. Everything we discuss stays strictly between the two of us. Thank you for taking the time to answer my questions. Okay, I was secretly watching a show. It starts at 12 noon. So I just arrived when the show began. So what exactly is she saying? She's saying at like 12:10 she finished with she was on the 20th floor. Then it takes her, sorry, at 11:50 she was on the 20th floor. And then it takes her 10 minutes. And then she heads down at noon to the 19th floor. I guess that's what that's supposed to tell us. So at 11:50, the cleaner, from 11:50 to 12, she's on the 20th floor, and then she makes her way down. And did our story tell us anything about her? I can't remember. I think it said that we see her. I believe it said in the footage we see the cleaner. We see the delivery and the cleaning staff arguing. That's interesting. Where is the mention of the cleaner and the delivery? Security footage, maybe it's here. Aside from the cleaning lady passing by, the delivery person. Okay, let's listen to the delivery person's testimony. Hello, don't be nervous. I'm not a police officer. I'm a detective. You can call me Suzaku. Hello, detective. May I ask what this is about? Well, it's like this. As far as I know, the package pickups at Azabudai Hills are handled by you. On the day of the incident, you came to Azabudai Hills for a pickup. I've already confirmed this with the cleaning lady. I'd like to ask you, did you have an order for room 2003 that day? 2003. Hold on, let me check. Yes, I did have an order for 2003. It was a 2:30 p.m. pickup. I arrived on time. The note on the order said that the package would be placed just inside the door. When I got there, the door was slightly ajar. I gently pushed it open a little, picked up the package, and left. Did you notice anything unusual? Unusual. Let me see. I remember the TV inside was on. Other than that, nothing really stood out. But when I closed the door, I heard a sound, kind of like a spring toy. To describe it better, it was like the sound of a yo-yo rewinding, like the whirring noise. hour. Understood. Thank you, sir, for taking the time to answer my question. So 2:30 p.m. pickup. That's the delivery guy. He pushes open the door, which could trigger something. He pushes open the door, he picks up the package. TV's on. He closes the door, and then he hears some mechanism trip. Like a yo-yo rewinding, or maybe something out the window rewinding. So 10 minutes of surveillance deleted between 12 p.m. and 2:50. Okay, let's make a note of that. Between 12 p.m. and 2:50, 10 minutes missing, which I think we're concluding. I don't know if we're concluding that someone had to have access to that camera. Someone turned off the power or removed the SD card, and they're not network connected. So you'd have to physically mess with it. Well, this one's a little trickier, I feel like, because I don't really know what to make of those blood stains. I deserve to die. Any initial theories in the chat? Not only no initial theories, but not a single comment since we solved the sniper rifle case. Okay, let's back up and scan through it then. They're on the phone. They get here about this case. Mr. M is the leader of the Night Killer organization. He rents the room above. So clearly he's responsible for this. We just have to figure out how. He says, let me remind you, there's only two reasons police officer died: revenge or targeted assassin. Okay, 2:30 p.m. The guard calls him. And 2:30 is when the delivery. They call Kenji Doi. Midway through the call, Officer Doi, what's going on? It sounds like maybe he was talking to him when this happened at 2:30. It feels like the guy was alive and well on the phone when at 2:30 when the delivery guy closes the door, hears a whirring, and then somehow that like yanks him out the window or something. No forced entry, no struggle. I think it's also important that he's on the phone because, like, I thought someone might have called him and said, we're going to kill your son. We know he has a newborn son unless you jump out the window. But they were talking to him on the phone. They were on the phone with him. The police were on the phone with him when he went out the window. So no one else was on the phone with him. On one wall written clear was a single line, I deserve to die. Nothing on the surveillance. Cleaner passes by the room first. Half an hour later, he walks into his room. A cleaner passes by the room. We think that's at noon. So 12:30 then is when Kenji Doi enters his room. Oh. So cleaner comes down. She hits room 1900 at 12. Half hour later, Kenji Doi enters his room. And then 2:30 is the delivery and the phone call. And we know somewhere in there, there's 10 minutes missing. Okay, fine. Cleaner passes by the door. We think that's at noon. Half hour later. It could be at noon or it could be 10 minutes after noon. But yeah, I suppose we should note that cleaner could be anywhere from 12 to 10, 12:10. Okay. And then only he goes in, no one else captured entering or leaving, but we know there could be a 10-minute gap where someone could have come in from the stairwell, and as long as they turned off the camera, they wouldn't be seen. Turned off the camera or deleted the footage, any of those. No sedatives. Delivery worker arguing with cleaning staff. As long as you place an order in advance through the website. So our murderer, Mr. M, requests a pickup for 2:30, which triggers something. The place was a mess. I deserve to die, written in blood. It's not, the blood is his, but it's not his handwriting. Someone's using their non-dominant hand or forced to write with their non-dominant hand. A little bit ambiguous. It's like it's not his handwriting, but it was someone being forced to write their non-dominant hand. Are we to take that as it could be his handwriting in his non-dominant hand, or should we assume that that means it's not his handwriting even though it's someone else's non-dominant hand? I wish I could understand that. And then we have this weird thing. 2 odd, thick blotches of blood within the handwriting, as if someone had jabbed a brush dipped in ink forcefully onto the paper. That's weird. No reason for suicide. About to be promoted. Child firstborn. Whenever you find a death message, it's 2 possibilities. Either a message by the victim to identify the killer, or something the killer wrote to mislead the investigation. And he says, the message "I deserve to die" was written to make it look like Kenji Doi committed suicide. Beside misleading us, it serves a more important message: to cover up certain traces. This is our detective speaking, giving us a clue. He seems to be saying that that message is trying to cover up these splotches. Cover up certain traces. Then he stands up, he gets the SD card. realizes someone from upstairs is up to something no good. Sits in the ceiling, so maybe that's how from the 20th floor he was able to turn off this camera somehow. He found the power. He makes this little note about child's play, which is a little odd. Then they have this weird thing with tea and coffee. Almost feels like it's trying to tell us something. He forgot to bring the sugar. Well, any thoughts? I have a theory. Are the blots even blood? They look lighter than the letters. That's a good point. I have a theory for the blood stains. I don't love it. I wonder if Koji wrote the name of the real killer in blood and then the killer covered that up with additional writing. That's a great idea, except that maybe you need to know Japanese to be able to see that, like, this that this spells someone's name, and then the extra letters were written. But then what would the blotches be? It's an interesting idea, like if you were to say, like, this spells someone's name, and he first wrote that, and then the guy writes the rest around it, but I don't think that makes sense. And we have to assume all of it is not his handwriting. But if something requires us to know Japanese kanji or whatever it's called, we're in a lot of trouble. The blotches are more interesting. Like, there's no explanation for those blotches, but also they look like splatter. I mean, that's clearly splatter. So he describes it. Someone pressed a brush hard onto the paper. I guess onto the wallpaper or something, but why would you do that? You can see through it. We know that's his blood. So another question is, why does he have blood? If he's jumping out the window, but he might be dead when he goes out the window. No other clues in the room, so, but 10 minutes are missing. So, and we don't know what was picked up from the room above either. You could imagine it could be like a hand. It could be something gruesome in a horror movie. But you could imagine maybe that little end story about coffee and tea. Like, maybe these are coffee and tea thrown against the wall. In fact, we got a little clue about 2 cups of coffee in the, like, it wasn't a clue, it wasn't an official clue, it was on the back of the box or something, right? Something was telling us about 2 cups of coffee. So could these be thrown coffee? It doesn't really look like coffee. Like, if you threw coffee at the wall, it would drip down. So these aren't really thrown coffee on the wall. But let's just think for a second. If there's 10 minutes of security footage missing, that's enough time for a guy to walk in the door, stab our victim, kill him, and push him out the window, right? So, I mean, if you've got 10 minutes of missing footage, it's enough to do anything in that room. Where's the comment about the part of the building that's in a blind spot? I guess what I'm saying is, how did the murderer do it? It's a little bit confusing, because if you say there's 10 minutes of missing footage, then can't you just say that during that 10 minutes, he knocked on the door, the guy opened it, he killed him, and he threw his body out the window? I mean, if you've got 10 minutes with no footage, doesn't that mean almost anything could have happened? That's the part I'm struggling with a little bit. Or are we supposed to think that the way the footage is lost tells us something else? Or is a mystery we have to figure out? Absent-mindedly drawing a few lines, a vague idea was beginning to form. Footage shows only he goes in, no one else was captured entering or leaving. They force the door open. He's falling from the top. Are we to believe that he didn't fall from his room? No, he must have been in his room, because they were talking to him on the phone when suddenly they see him tumbling out of the window. No signs of forced entry, no struggle, nothing to indicate anyone else had been there. No sedatives, no tranquilizers. Where is the non-dominant hand? Two thick blotches of blood. Okay, so we are being told it's blood. They don't look the same though. And they have to get up on shoulders to get the SD card. Is that a clue? Does it mean that the person who hit it had to get up there? That's confusing. Look at the notes again. Okay, I deserve to die. Handwriting is not Kenji Doi's. It looks like it's someone writing with their non-dominant hand. She just gives us the time when she arrives on the 19th floor. He had a pickup scheduled for 2:30 p.m., which is when the guy goes tumbling out the window. Package is inside the door. He picks it up. TV on. He closes the door. He hears a sound. It's like the sound of a yo-yo rewinding, the whirring noise. Police arrive by 2:50. We know somewhere between noon and 2:50 there's 10 minutes missing. We're told Sechi Shirasawa is troubled, maybe just because he can't solve this, or was he involved in it? They stop recording when powered off and automatically resume when turned back on. No mention of whether it's a mystery, whether it would be difficult to turn it off and on. Like, do we have to solve how the culprit got the power turned off? Is that the whirring? He didn't step into the room. He pushed the door open a little, reached in, picked up the package, closed the door. There seemed to be a brief reflection from the inside of the door panel. The emergency staircase wasn't locked. It could be accessed freely, and it happened to be in a surveillance blind spot. I mean, if this guy, Sechi, has set this whole murder up, he created a fake Mr. M reservation in the room above, but I don't see how we have evidence for any of that. I don't know if we're supposed to explain how we got the security cameras shut off, or if we're just supposed to assume that anyone could have done that and just deleted that 10 minutes. So I don't know if that's a mystery for us to solve. Clearly it wants us to come up with some theory about this. As long as the crime is committed, there will be traces. Okay, so seems to me like what the game wants from us is to prove that it's not suicide. If we just look at the facts on the surface of the case, someone could argue it was a suicide. So how are we going to prove it wasn't a suicide? I mean, it's not his handwriting. That seems like a good way to prove it's not a suicide. I deserve to die. I guess I think when the door is shut, it causes Koji to be dropped. Maybe Koji was moved in that 10 minutes to room 2003 from 1903. The only issue there is if he was talking on the phone, which it seems like he was. where the SD card switched, so the footage we've seen is not actually from that camera, but from the other four. That's an interesting idea. Boy, that's an interesting idea. That's an interesting idea. That's a very interesting idea. That's a very interesting idea. You switch the cards, and so 19.4 looks like it's 24, and the 24 looks like the 19.4. Very interesting. What does that get us? What does that get us? A little tricky because we know that someone had to be in Kenji Doi's room. What was the Kenji Doi enters at 12:30, and then he's out the window at 2:30. Let's read the part about the phone call again. Sechi Shirasawa is kind of suspicious, to be honest. This was a mess. I deserve to die. So at 2:30, he hadn't showed up. A station guard calls him. Midway through the call, the guard suddenly shouted, "Officer Doi, what's going on?" That's very weird. Like, what makes him in the middle of the phone call freak out and go to the window? But clearly he's reached him on the phone. So he must be in his room and awake. Right? Although maybe someone else is faking his voice? But it feels to me that this is evidence that he's alive and on the phone at 2:30, right before he goes out the window. I like this point by Rick Shrimpton a lot. Kenji was supposed to be at a meeting at 1. That's a great little observation. That he had a 1 p.m. meeting and he hasn't shown up for, and he's an hour and a half late. And he goes out the window at 2:30, but it's a great point that, like, why if he's an hour and a half late, someone has got him, either already got him killed What's the part about 2 cups of coffee? Am I... This is a little bit weird, but okay. I suppose someone else could have answered the phone, but... All right, let's take another break. Give us some thought. We'll come back in 8 minutes and talk about it. Almost 1 a.m. here. We've been playing for 2 hours 40 minutes, down to 10 viewers. The first case in this set, the first chapter, we managed to explain. This one is stranger because it's not even clear what we're trying to explain. I suppose we're trying to find proof that it wasn't a suicide. We've got a 10-minute gap of missing security footage. We don't really understand the rules of the world in terms of whether whoever tampered with the footage can just go up to it, take it down, edit it, put it back up. We know 10 minutes missing, but does that mean they had to have turned it off remotely, or could they have just walked up to it and turned it off or taken out the chips? I like the idea of switching the SD cards on 2 different floors, but I don't know how that helps us. We have this very weird clue about a pickup in the room upstairs. and a whirring mechanism heard at exactly 2:30, which is exactly the time they call, which is a big coincidence. Jonathan is saying something about either the person who made the phone call was in on it. Like, it's a big coincidence that the call is coming at 2:30 and so is the delivery. Another way to look at what we should be doing is just proving that the suicide note wasn't his, but it seems like the cops have already figured out that the note isn't his. So, isn't that it? If it's not Kenji Doi's handwriting, doesn't that wrap up this case and tell us it's not a suicide? Or is the question, how does someone kill him if there's only 10 minutes of surveillance missing? And the phone call is very odd as well. This is a case where I don't think we're going to have hard evidence proving something, but we're going to still have to come up with a theory. This seems like a clue about Rick's switching thing. The surveillance angle on the 20th floor was exactly the same as the one on the 19th floor. That feels like a subtle little clue that Rick was onto something when he said that the cards could be swapped. In fact, it says each recorder contains 2 memory cards that can go 24 hours. And both floors are missing 10 minutes. Picks up the package. This is not even telling us what room he picks up the package in, but when we talk to the delivery guy, he says 2003. That's the room, 2003. It's a 2:30 pickup. I arrived on time, slightly ajar. I pushed open a little, picked up the package, and left. Anything unusual? The TV's on, and he hears the yo-yo. And then here, just as he said, the door was slightly ajar. Picks up the package, closes the door. Brief reflection from the inside of the door panel. What does that even mean? A lot of ambiguous stuff here. So, let me remind you of something. I'm going to check the chat in a second, but let me remind you of something. We are told that M is the person who runs this murder kidnapping thing, and we are told something else. Do you remember what we were told in the beginning? We were told that this guy M is a fan of the Saw horror franchise. So he would like to kill people by giving... Remember how the Saw horror franchise works? He sort of challenges people, puts them in these devices that are going to kill them or cut off their limbs, and gives them a choice to try to survive with these gruesome devices. So I wonder, it wouldn't be crazy to think that he was in some device that cut his hand off or something. And that the whirring was some sort of mechanism designed to kill him. Kill him when a phone call came. All right, let's look in the chat. When the SD card switched, the footage we've seen is not actually from the camera from the other four, so Kenji is not actually going into his own room, but in Mr. M's room. I like that idea, I just don't know what it gets us. Yeah, why would he be moved? The reason I'm suggesting he was moved was just to try and make the mechanism set up in 2003 more complicated. Less complicated. Kenji was supposed to be at a meeting at 1, so he's probably dead soon after going to his room. I like that idea. What's up with this night killer organization? They seem to only operate in the daytime. No sign of foul play, but his blood is used. 10 minutes missing from the card. The fire exit wasn't locked. On the phone and out the window. Let's think about it this way. Either the guard who tries calling him at 2:30 is in on it, or the person who told him to make the call is in on it. That's a very odd thing. I gotta agree. Are the blotches proof of foul play? If you were just writing a note, you wouldn't make big splotches. You'd be bleeding out. I'm saying it's not a coincidence the call is being made at the exact time as the pickup. It has to be pre-planned that way to some extent. I think the mechanism just pulls him or drops him out the window. Wouldn't the mechanism be found in investigating the room? Yeah, I don't disagree with you there. I mean, if they've arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, that would give him 10 minutes to clean up. I remember the first box, some of the solutions were pretty far out, so I wouldn't drive yourself crazy looking for a perfectly logical answer. Well, yes, that's the nature of this game. That we may have a pretty convoluted solution, but we have to challenge ourselves to come up with one. I just wish it was clearer what we were trying to explain. This is not like a locked room where we're trying to figure out how could someone have gotten into his room. Right? This is more like it's not clear what we're trying to solve. If we're looking for evidence that he didn't commit suicide, the fact that the writing is not his handwriting seems like the evidence. That feels like it's solved. The police already figured out it's not his handwriting. I get that Jonathan is thinking that the phone call has to be coordinated exactly at 2:30, but I don't know how to do that. Here is the text about that 2:30 call. They're waiting for him since 1 p.m. He still hadn't shown up. One of the station guards tried calling him midway through the call. Officer Doi, what's going on? I mean, that does not sound like a scheduled call by someone involved in the murder. Let me propose that it's a complete coincidence that this phone call happened. Let me propose that our killer has set up a device, set it up to trigger at 2:30. He snuck into the room. Why would he need the delivery guy? He would only need the delivery guy to do this if he didn't want to be there to trigger it at 2:30. Why does he need the delivery guy to trigger it at 2:30? Because what? He doesn't want to be there when it triggers? I mean, I can absolutely see he's rigged some device. Let's say he's like broken into Kenji Doi's room. We don't even know why Kenji Doi is booked this room in this hotel. That's a little suspicious in and of itself. So imagine you've rigged something where you've put a device on his hand that's going to drag him out the window and drop him. Sounds kind of complicated, and you've rigged it up so it goes up to through the window and up to the second floor. You kill him ahead of time. Somehow it's his blood, but there's no blood all over the room. None of this makes sense to me, really. Maybe this guard is the killer. Attacks him at 12:30, goes back to police office. That's an interesting idea. And I like your idea a little bit, but boy, that would be very weird choice to have this guard be the center of it all. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could say, regardless of anything else to solve, that we're supposed to come up with some explanation for these blotches that look very much like splatter. Hmm. The splatters do look a little bit like they're trying to spell out characters, but I don't know how you... And they look completely different from the handwriting, but we're told elsewhere that it's like blood, but it's a completely different color. This is one of these things where the permutations of miscommunication are so high. Like when it says it's not his handwriting, but it looks like a non-dominant hand. Are we supposed to assume that it could be his handwriting, but with his non-dominant hand? I deserve to die. All right, well, if these are Japanese characters that have been washed out, we have no chance in hell at figuring out what they would be. Boy, this one is just, I don't even know where to begin or what to cover with any theory. The worst part is, I guess when we turn the page, we are not going to get the solution. It's only going to be at the very end of this case that we're going to get a solution. This is a rough one. There is no clues. There are no more clues. There's this little hint thing, but it says hint clues, but it's a lie because it's only this. It's only a hint for our first case in this first set. First chapter, there's no more hints. That's it. There are no more hints for us to gain access to. I don't even know what we're supposed to be doing. There will be traces. How did the murderer do it? How did the murderer do it? How did the murderer do it? All right, I think my answer is going to look something like this. The Mr. M breaks into Kenji Doya's room, waits for him to come back at 12:30, subdues him, hooks him up to some device that's going to cut off his hand or drag him through the window. Up in his upstairs room, he's lowered the chain down through the window to the 1900 room. So Kenji Doi is out at lunch. Our guy, Mr. M, goes into his room at 2003, lowers a chain with a handcuff down his window into 1903. Then he goes down to 1903. He just walks in the door. He pulls the chain in. He waits there for Kenji Doya, who comes in. He hooks him up to it. He kills him. He writes the stuff on the wall. And then he leaves. And he swaps the SD cards. So even though he's going into Kenji Doya's room, when he swaps them, it just looks like he's going into his room. And maybe even vice versa. And he hooks up the device to his room in 2003, a winch, so that when the door is closed, the winch will yank the body out the window and back, winch it up into the upstairs room. And he's got it planned to trigger at 2:30. Maybe the winch is on the roof and they haven't found it yet. Boy, none of it makes any sense. This is so insane. I don't know what to tell you. This is just totally insane. Let's do it differently. Let's do it differently. Let's not take the bait of this insane case and just say 10 minutes of footage are missing. All right? So, 10 minutes of footage are missing, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the same 10-minute block, right? Okay. So, he disables it. He goes into Kenji Doria's. He knocks on the door. Kenji Doria opens the door. He holds a gun. He kills him. He hooks him up to something that's going to pull him out the window. No, he doesn't. He just comes in. He knocks him out. He waits in the room. When the phone call comes, finally, he answers the phone. He's writing on the wall, and he answers the phone and pushes the body out the window and then leaves, disables the camera again while he leaves. And the delivery was totally, had nothing to do with anything. And the whirring was just something on the TV show. Why can that not be the case? There's no mechanism. There's no anything. He breaks in. He kills him. And he pushes him out the window. And then he leaves. Why are we doing all this convoluted stuff? I'm going to go with whoever orders the phone call at the police station is the killer. Goes into Koji's room, fights and kills Koji. Koji writes his name on the board while dying. The killer covers up the name. Killer sets up mechanism to trigger when the door is shut. Orders package to be picked up at 2:30. Goes back to the police office. Either makes the call or orders the call at 2:30 to give himself an alibi. How bizarre. I mean, it seems like there's all this mechanism going on, but police get there. I don't know why I mean, it really seems like it's talking about cards being swapped. So let me just propose one thing because I'm so hot on the idea of the cards being swapped. We're told that the footage shows Kenji Doya coming in his room at 12:30. But what if the cards are swapped and what we really are watching is Kenji Doya going into M's room? So the footage is, the cards are swapped. The 10 minutes are the time it takes to go between floors or something. So when we think Kenji Doya is going into his own room at 12:30, he's actually visiting M, who's invited him up. So he goes into M's room where he's killed. And actually, he's actually killed up in the upstairs room. Hooked to some device in the upstairs room that triggers when the delivery guy comes. I suspect there's solid evidence on the other SD card. The card hasn't been viewed yet. Is that right? I mean, I feel very good about the idea that the SD cards are swapped. But I think you have a good point. I think the game might be telling us that he says pull the footage from the 20th floor. I can pull it for you. Okay, so I think... And then Sechi is a little bit... So I think you're right. I don't think they have looked at the 20th floor. And I think that is from the 19th floor. So I think, okay, I think Rick is making a nice point. I think that Rick is correct. That he flipped the cards, and really what we're noticing is that the card on 19 is really the card from 20, and it's missing 10 minutes. But if you look at the card from 19 that is now at 20, it actually shows him breaking into the room and shows him setting up some complicated device, like it's all the evidence on it. So I think maybe the core answer here is that once you look at the footage that's from the 20th floor camera, it's going to give you lots of evidence about the 19th floor and what happened. It doesn't explain most of this case, though, but it is where you're going to find the solution, but it doesn't really solve anything. And Jonathan is fixated on the 2:30 p.m. phone call trigger thing. Okay, well, I guess we're going to have to move along because I don't think there is any solving this. I would love to hear if you're watching this home after we've recorded this and you think you can come up with a theory, pause your VCR, write down your theory, and then click unpause. But we're not going to get the solution now. We've got a third part to this case, even though I feel a little burned out from this now. Wouldn't be a bad time to end this session, but I don't see how we do that. How do we feel as a group here about continuing? Do you guys have the energy to go on and do another case? I really don't want another one like this. I think maybe I don't know about this mechanism. All right, what do we think? Lauren is tapping out. I'm not as worn out by the previous case, but up to everyone else. All right, if Jonathan's... Is there a hint about seeing a reflection? Well, there's a hint about a reflection, but we can't make any sense of it. All right, we're going to continue on. Maybe we're going to get a clue that will let us solve it. I guess we're going to keep going. Jonathan is the boss of this channel. All right, here we go. I calmly laid out my entire deduction. Suddenly, Sechi Shirasawa slammed the table and shot to his feet. But before either of us could react, his hands flew to his throat. His eyes bulged. He clawed at his neck, gasping, face twisting in agony, then collapsed to the ground. Eagle and I both stood up instantly, stunned. I rushed to Shirasawa's side, checked his carotid artery, nothing. I shook my head at Eagle. He's gone. Okay, this seems to actually help Jonathan's theory that there's someone in the police department who made this phone call at 2:30 who's now also the guard returned with the tray holding the drinks. I forgot to bring the white sugar. He hurried back to retrieve it. The guard returned, handed the sugar to Eagle, and quietly left the room. And then one of the station guards tried calling him. This is Jonathan's theory, that the station guard is the key to arranging this murder. And now maybe the same guard has poisoned the tea. He's gone. Eagle was frozen in shock, but years of police instinct kicked in. He immediately radioed for backup. Within minutes, the entire precinct was locked down. And then, just like that, Eagle, the station attendant who had brought the drinks, and I were all detained and escorted to separate interrogation rooms. The station attendant looked like the color had been drained from his face, completely white, like someone who had just seen a ghost. Eagle wasn't very much better. Of the three of us, I was the only one who managed to stay relatively calm. That alone made me seem, well, out of place. When the superintendent from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police arrived, the tension ramped up even further. His name was Matsumoto Yu. We were split up, one to each interrogation room. I sat alone under the harsh glare of a white incandescent lamp. The chair was hard, cold, unforgiving, designed to make you squirm. A crude but effective tactic for cracking suspects who lacked mental fortitude. I chuckled to myself. Never thought I'd end up on this side of the table. Well, 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 Detective Suzaku, you really live up to your reputation. Laughing even now. What's the word in Chinese for this? Sitting in a raging fire without flinching. The voice belonged to none other than Matsumoto Yu, the superintendent. I caught the hint of sarcasm in his tone. I shook my head. Top detective? Hardly. Right now, I'm just a suspect like anyone else. Modest, aren't we? Matsumoto grinned, sliding into the chair across from me, his eyes sharp, hawk-like, locked onto mine. He wasn't going to miss even the slightest twitch of a muscle. All right, then, let's hear it. What happened today? I met his gaze calmly. To be honest, Superintendent, the best thing you could do right now is review the surveillance footage. You'll see everything, from the moment the station attendant brought in the drinks to when I handed the coffee to Shirasawa. Every frame of it is there. I never had a chance to touch anything suspicious. I tapped the table lightly. And unless you think I'm some sort of magician with superhuman sleight of hand, there's not much more to say. Even if you slowed that footage down 100 times, you wouldn't find a single frame where I did anything unusual. Matsumoto chuckled, leaning back. Oh, trust me, a dozen of my people have practically burned holes through that footage by now. And no, he added, hands spread wide, I don't think you did it. From everything I know, today was the first time you ever met Shirasawa. He sighed, then flicked his chin toward the mirror behind me. Frankly, between you and me, the station attendant who brought those drinks, now there's someone with motive. I looked at him in surprise. Why do you say that? Matsumoto Yu lit a cigarette and started smoking because he had a perfectly solid motive. From Matsumoto's mouth, I learned some secrets inside the precinct. It turned out the deceased Sechi Shirasawa and Kenji Doi had long been colluding with the leaders of the Hayakawa clan and the Uminahara group, who were shot dead a month ago. During that time, they covered up quite a few of those gangs' illegal activities, but the two had always been extremely careful. No one had ever managed to grab any dirt on them. 3 years ago, Kenta Takahashi, a station attendant newly assigned to the precinct, accidentally obtained criminal evidence involving the Hayakawa clan and the Uminahara group. He handed over to Sechi Shirasawa, but that evidence disappeared without a trace. Originally, Kenta Takahashi wanted to stand up for justice, but instead of achieving that, he was secretly suppressed. 3 years passed. His colleagues who joined at the same time had all been promoted, while he remained a mere station attendant. You mean Kenta Takahashi harbored murderous thoughts because of being suppressed? I asked. That sounds a bit far-fetched. At the moment, among the three of you, only Kenta Takahashi has a motive for murder, Matsumoto said as he flipped through his report. Obviously, both Eagle and I were clean. But, Superintendent, I said, looking at him, have you ever considered how would he have done it? 2 cups of coffee, identical. One was poisoned, one wasn't, and he wasn't in the conference room. I was the one who handed out the coffee. Wouldn't he be worried that Eagle might end up drinking the poisoned one? As far as I know, Eagle and Kenta Takahashi have no conflict at all. In fact, Eagle actually did him a favor. I looked at Matsumoto, recalling that Eagle had once told me that Kenta Takahashi was his junior back in school. He had been bullied, and it was Eagle who stood up for him and helped him. Later, when he faced expulsion, it was Eagle who protected him. Since then, they had always kept in touch. Every year during holidays, Eagle would still receive greeting messages from Kenta Takahashi. Oh, that's exactly the part I can't figure out, Matsumoto Yu muttered, his brows deeply furrowed. He clearly couldn't make sense of it either. The air grew heavier. We both sank into silence. The interrogation room was filled with dead silence, but next door the interrogation was anything but quiet. Matsumoto Yu said he had other cases to handle and told me I could leave for now. I walked out, still deep in thought. Suddenly, bang! A loud, sharp slam on the table startled me back to reality. I turned my head. The usually composed Matsumoto Yu had stepped into the next interrogation room, and it was like he'd become a different person. His whole demeanor flipped, furious, aggressive, like a storm breaking loose. Curious, I glanced over. Inside was a man with a buzz cut, arms cuffed to the table, face full of smug defiance, completely unfazed. I leaned toward the clerk next to me. What did he do? The clerk's jaw was tight with anger. Gritting his teeth, he said, he was dealing drugs in a bar, sold them to minors. Before the words even fully left his mouth, Matsumoto Yu's voice exploded from inside. Why did you sell the drugs to them? They're just kids. You've ruined their lives. The man with the buzz cut grinned, leaned back, and with a tone so casual it was chilling, he said, they wanted it. They had money, so I sold it. What does it matter if they're underage or not? A deal's a deal. Doesn't matter who's buying. Whoever shows up with cash, that's who gets it. That single sentence hit like ice water down my spine. It wasn't just indifference, it was a worldview. A way of life where people were interchangeable, meaningless, where it never mattered who the victim was. I watched as Matsumoto Yu slammed the table again, trembling with rage, but it was pointless. The man remained completely unfazed, even digging casually at his ear with his pink. At that moment, it became clearer than ever. Matsumoto Yu was nothing like the two who had died. This was a man who still cared about right and wrong. Staying here wouldn't help. I turned away and went to find Eagle. I walked down the hallway, my mind replaying everything that had happened. Kenta Takahashi brought in some drinks. Then, as per Eagle's request, he left to fetch some white sugar. It was me. I voluntarily picked up the 2 cups of coffee and handed them to Sechi, Shirasawa, and Eagle. I was absolutely certain those 2 cups of coffee were identical. There was no difference. When Kenta Takahashi returned, all he did was pass the sugar to Eagle, then he left. There was no way he could have known how I would distribute the coffee. Unless both cups were poisoned and the sugar contained the antidote. That's what I was thinking. Okay, that was my theory. I flipped through the file Matsumoto Yu had given me. The evidence inside made my heart sink. Test results showed that only Sechi Shirasawa's coffee contained a high concentration of cyanide. Eagle's cup had nothing but normal coffee and sugar, no trace of poison. Now that's pretty cool, huh? That we all thought this, and he's like, you might think it was that, but it's not. I couldn't figure it out, neither could Matsumoto Yu. Once the interrogations were finished, he gathered the 3 of us, Eagle, Kenta Takahashi, and me, back into the same room. Eagle and Kenta both looked pale, clearly still rattled from their interrogations. As I stepped inside, I heard Eagle confronting Kenta Takahashi. "It was you, wasn't it? Because of what happened 3 years ago." Eagle stared at Kenta, his voice sharp. "Senpai, how could I have done it?" Kenta shot back. Flustered. "I already told Superintendent Matsumoto I had no way of knowing which cup Officer Shirasawa would take. Maybe someone poisoned one of the cups and I just happened to serve it, and Shirasawa just happened to pick it." As soon as Eagle noticed me walking in, his eyes brightened with relief. "There's no happened about it. You must have used some trick. Suzaku, you're here. Tell us your deduction." Both of them turned to look at me. Eagle's face was filled with hope. Kenta Takahashi's face was tense, but I could clearly see it. Beneath that careful, composed expression, there was a flicker of satisfaction, a flicker of smugness. I sighed. "Eagle, what? You've given up on your usual ghost theories now?" I asked, glancing at him. "I'm a complete atheist at this point. You've always said, if there's a crime, there must be traces left behind. You've always said that, right? You must know the truth by now." Eagle sounded almost desperate. I let out a bitter laugh. Maybe I said that too soon. Maybe this time it really was the work of the gods." "What?" The shock in Eagle's eyes was unmistakable, but Kenta Takahashi's expression didn't change. Even so, I saw it. That subtle glimmer of concealed triumph. The killer, it had to be him, but how? How did he do it? There are no gods in this world. How did the killer manage to do it? Look at the private conversation with Eagle. All right, so we get one more clue we get to read. "I can't shake the feeling that Officer Matsumoto didn't tell me the whole truth. What exactly happened 3 years ago?" I stared at Eagle. Eagle hesitated for a moment. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. He covered his face, let out a long sigh, and said, "The case from 3 years ago involved an organ trafficking incident. There was a boy scheduled for a heart transplant at Mihua Hospital. But 1 hour before the surgery, the hospital suddenly announced the heart was no longer available. The boy never got another chance. He passed away not long after. His mother, overwhelmed by grief, took her own life shortly after. The boy's father had fallen deep in debt and was brutally beaten by loan sharks. Maybe the loan sharks didn't think he was a threat because they told him the truth. The heart had been stolen by the Hayakawa clan and the Uminahara group. The boy's father managed to record that conversation with his last breath. He dragged himself to the police to file a report. The officer who received him was none other than Kenta Takahashi. Takahashi promised the man he would expose everything, but after the evidence was handed in, everything vanished without a trace. The boy's father, well, he died after being beaten again by the loan sharks. At the time, I happened to be assigned to this station on a temporary post. Kenta Takahashi had been investigating Sechi Shirasawa and Kenji Doi, trying to uncover the truth, but no matter what he did, there was no progress. He was almost fired for it. I managed to protect him and told him to stop digging, otherwise he would end up being targeted too, and he reluctantly agreed. He just agreed like that, I asked, surprised. What choice did he have? He was just a station guard. How could someone like him possibly overthrow a police inspector, station chief, and 2 mafia groups? I fell silent, watching my friend smoke, his face worn and exhausted. I never wanted to believe it, I murmured, that the boy who used to be cheerful even while being bullied in school could turn into someone so ruthless. People really do change, me, you, and Shota. Oh, this is miswritten. It should be, this is our guy Eagle talking. Shota, I frowned. Who's Shota? Oh, it's Kenta Takahashi. When he was in college, his parents divorced because of financial problems. His father remarried, so he followed his mother and changed his name. His old name was Matsushita Shota. Suddenly, Eagle's words froze. His face turned pale. I felt a jolt in my chest. It's going to be M, right? I felt a jolt in my chest as if something crucial had clicked into place. What was the name of the victims in that organ trafficking case? I asked, my voice tightening. Eagle's eyes locked onto mine. Filled with horror, his cigarette slipped from his fingers. Sparks flew as he hit the ground. A thought crashed into my mind. Maybe I had been wrong from the very beginning. The truth was right in front of me. I mean, this is surely M. But what's the, boy scheduled? So is he going to be related to this boy somehow? I'm not sure it matters. But Jonathan was right all along. This guard who's made this call must have been Kenta Takahashi, and he's the mastermind of all this. I don't see how this helps us other than giving us a motive. So the question is, how has he killed? He wouldn't have killed Eagle. He likes Eagle. So somehow Kenta Takahashi has managed to kill off Sekigahara Shirasawa, sorry. But he couldn't have been the one to decide what coffee he got. So how did he kill him? So he drops the coffees off. He drops the coffees off. Where is that scene? They order tea and 2 coffees. Guard comes, he brings 2 coffees and a tea. And he says, I forgot the sugar. I'll be right back. He leaves. We hand one to each of them. and they drink their coffee. And then the guy dies, and we think, okay, they're both poisoned. The sugar is the antidote. It's not the case. Turns out that the coffee that Shirasawa drank was loaded with cyanide, and the other one wasn't. And that's all we have to figure out. How did he do it? So, I mean, I can think of one sort of answer. You could imagine that you might imagine, okay, I'm going to poison one of these cups of coffee, and I know that the eagle is not going to drink his until he gets the sugar. So you could imagine that what you'll do is you'll just poison one of the cups of coffee, hope that that Shirasawa gets it. But you know that you're going to say, hold on, I'll get your sugar. You know that you've got time. You know that your friend is not going to drink his coffee until he gets his sugar. You've known him for a while. So you know he's asked for sugar. You know he's not going to start drinking his coffee. And so your plan is going to be, you're going to go get the sugar, and you're going to come back and see who got what coffee. That's going to be your alibi that you didn't hand them out. And maybe you've marked a little thing on the rim of the cup. So if when you come back in the room, you see that your friend got the poison coffee and is just waiting for his sugar, then we'd have some excuse to take it away from him. Like, oh, it's gotten cold, let me refresh it. Or maybe you just bump into him and spill it. But as long as you come in and see that the other one got the cup with the little dot on the rim, then you just let things proceed. So you don't have control over who gets it, but you have control over stopping it if the wrong guy gets it. Can we read a little bit earlier in the previous case why we brought the current victim into the interrogation room with us? Okay, I don't understand that statement, but I can go back into the previous case. I think you need to be clear about what you're asking about. Previous case, we didn't bring any victim into any interrogation room, so I don't understand what you're talking about. Previous case. Any other way he would know what coffee would go to who? Why were we talking to the guy who drank the poison coffee? Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so they get the SD card, and then did you check the cameras on the 20th floor? No, I can pull the footage. We're going to need some statements. And he says, we headed to the precinct, sat down for a meeting with Sechi Shirasawa. He's like the boss. So they're going to a meeting with him so that they can talk about this current case on the 20th and 19th floor. The station guard comes in while they sit down and says, what do you want to drink? Tea for me. The other two ask for coffee. Station guard asks what they want, coffee, and then he leaves to get it. Then the guard comes back with the tray. He hands his tea to us. He turns to Eagle and says, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot your sugar that you asked for. So I'll go get it. And he leaves the two coffees on the tray. We pick up the two coffees and hand them out. Guard comes back, gives the sugar to Eagle, and leaves. And he's poisoned one of them. And then that got us to here, where the guy is poisoned quickly. I have a gut theory. I don't think you'll like it. Okay, let's hear it. I have a theory what Jonathan's theory is going to be. My theory is the victim actually poisoned himself. That was not what I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say that Eagle is in on it. Eagle and Takahashi are good friends. And Eagle knows all about this problem. I think Eagle might be in on it. But maybe not. Why would he poison himself? Why would he poison himself? Maybe the sugar is the antidote. No, we already covered that. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. That's an interesting point. First of all, is there an antidote for cyanide? But that's a good point. Just because only one of the coffees is poison doesn't mean that the sugar couldn't be an antidote. Except it does clarify it here. Look. They analyzed it. The results showed only Sechi Shirasawa's coffee had a high concentration of cyanide. Eagle's cup had nothing but normal coffee and sugar. I think he figured out the guard killed his friend who had been involved in shady dealings, so he thinks the guard will kill him, or it will come out how corrupt he is. I'm surely he's not killing himself. Because then this would be a completely trick question. So I don't buy it. You could also say this. Here's another reason why you're wrong. Because they've looked at the footage and we tell them, go look at the footage, you'll see I couldn't have done anything. So the guy just takes the cup of coffee off the tray and drinks it. So how would he get it full of cyanide? The guards bring in 2 cups of coffee. We hand them out to the 2 of them. They drink them. They die. So he didn't have any opportunity to put cyanide in it. We also say that they look identical. If there's a crime, there must be traces left behind. You must know the truth. Maybe I said that too soon. Maybe it was the work of the gods. It had to be him, but how did he do it? I was absolutely certain those 2 cups of coffee were identical. There was no difference. I mean, if we believe that... I mean, I can think of a couple answers, right? One is he was willing to poison Eagle and kill him. Seems unlikely, though. They seem quite good friends. Any theories from the chat? So we are going to be reading the solution to all 3 cases after this. I'm still... I mean, this one feels like you could come up with answers, but without evidence. Eagle is friends with Kenta, so I'm going to say he's in on it and knew which cup to give. I mean, yeah, I think that's a reasonable thing, although he seems pretty convincing. He seems pretty convincing that he wants us to solve it. Like he's accusing Taka, he's accusing Kenta of being the guy. I've always said that you must know the truth by now. Kenta Takahashi's expression didn't change. Even so, I saw it, that glimmer of concealed triumph. You must have used some trick. Suzaku, you're here. Tell us your deduction. Both of them turned to look at me. It was you, wasn't it? Because of what happened 3 years ago. I mean, we are the person who handed out the coffee, so even if I picked up the 2 coffees, handed one to Shirasawa, So, I mean, our guy, we are the one who handed them off. I volunteered. Here he is recalling it. It was me. I voluntarily picked up the 2 cups of coffee and handed them to Sechi, Shirasawa, and Eagle. I was certain the 2 cups were identical. There was no difference. When Takahashi returned, all he did was pass the sugar to Eagle. Then he left. I mean, whether he's in on it or not, I still think the best answer I can come up with is that Kenta Takahashi has no idea who's going to get what cup, but he knows that when he brings back the sugar, he can see whether the cup with the red dot on it got given to his friend or the other one. And his plan was, if his friend got the other one, he was going to knock into it and spill it. And if he got a 50% chance and the other guy got it, he would just give him the sugar and go on his way. That's my best theory. That he couldn't control who was going to get the poison, but what he could do is he could fix it if his friend was going to get the poison. You could use that to say the friend was in on it and have the same plan. Like, if I get the right cup that we agreed I was going to get, then I'll drink it. And if I get the poison cup, I'll come up with some excuse not to drink it. But I'm open to an alternate theory. I could definitely be wrong, but this sort of plot of killing oneself to frame another has come up a lot. I don't see how this guy would frame. He's corrupt. He's not going to frame someone else. He's got no motive for revenge. So I don't believe it's suicide. It could be Eagle in on it, though. All right, I guess we're going to read the answer, unless... I mean, this guy Kenta wants revenge. All right, are we going to read the solution? Is the group ready? Anyone want to talk about it anymore? I'm not sure how else to talk about it. All right, I think we're going to read it. I guess we take a break first. Our last break. We'll come back for the finale in 8 minutes. I'll see you then. We're back. Let's check in with the chat. I can think of one more coffee solution I will discuss when we get back. Okay, let's read what John says. So if I'm right about the guard setting it all up and faking talking on the phone for part 2, credit to Jesse, though, for bringing up the fact that it seemed to imply he was being spoken to on the phone. The family name of the boy who died was Suzaku. We were the killer all along. But we have a split personality. No. Okay, so I've proposed one solution is that the killer poisons one of the cups. The guard poisons one of the cups. He brings it in. He says, hold on, let me get your sugar. He comes back, and his plan is that if he sees, he has marked the cups, even though Suzaku says they were identical. And his plan is if he sees that the poison coffee is gone to his friend, he's going to spill it or knock it over. And so he doesn't know who's going to get the poison coffee, but he knows he can fix it if the wrong guy gets it. But I do have another alternate theory. And my alternate theory is that he wants to kill Eagle and Shirasawa, and he doesn't care who gets the cyanide. That would be consistent with there being no difference in the two cups. So what about that as a theory? Like we are led to believe that there are friends, but really, if we look at it, is it that this guard is friends, or does he blame Eagle for telling him to shut up and not do anything about it? So our guy Eagle tells the story about the boy who didn't get the heart transplant, but let's look more closely to Eagle's role in this. So he tells us the story. He knows the whole story. Kenta was investigating, trying to uncover the truth. There was no progress. He was almost fired. I managed to protect him. I told him to stop digging. Otherwise, he would end up being targeted too. He agreed. What choice did he have? He says, even while being bullied in school, could turn into someone so ruthless. People really do change. Me, you, and Shota. Who's Shota? Oh, it's Kenta. When he was in college, his parents divorced. His father remarried, changed his name. His old name was Matsushita Shota. Suddenly, Eagle's words froze. His face turned pale. He realizes something. What was the family name of the victims in the organ trafficking case? Eagle's eyes locked onto mine, filled with horror. I think they're just saying that the boy who died for not getting the organ was related to Kenta, but I don't know why they're having such a terrible reaction. In support of your theory, if Eagle died, the chief would become a suspect just like Eagle is now. So it's a win-win either way. All right. Anyone want to come down on a coffee theory? Is it that he didn't care who died? Is that he knew he was going to fix it if the wrong guy got it? I'll stick with the first one about fixing it, but it's a toss-up. I guess that's my issue with it. It seems like no matter who dies, this guard is a suspect. I agree with you there. I agree with you there. But maybe he figures if Shirasawa dies, then he's in the clear because you can't prove that he tried to kill him. Someone else could have poisoned it. And if Eagle dies, he's in the clear because he and Eagle are friends. What is your crazy theory again, Jonathan? Oh, that's suicide. Okay, here we go. So remember that we're going to hear first about, we're going to read the solution now, which is 10 pages or so. We're going to hear about the solution to the gun, which is the only one we managed to truly solve. Here we go. Silent Angles, the truth revisited. I began explaining my deduction to Eagle. First of all, I said, we've been trapped by a very specific assumption, the rooftop. Everything on that rooftop was nothing more than a misdirection set by the killer. Misdirection? Eagle frowned. Exactly. Let's retrace the entire case from the beginning. At 10 a.m. that morning, both victims entered the buildings as instructed by the killer. They sat exactly where the killer wanted them. Let's call these positions the targets for now. Then the killer, standing a full kilometer away on Azabudai Hills, fired the first shot, killing the leader of the Hayakawa clan. Immediately after, he simply pivoted the rifle, aimed at the second target, and shot the leader of the Umenahara group. So we got this completely wrong. Hold it right there, Eagle interrupted, waving his hand. Suzaku, that doesn't work. If the killer simply pivoted and fired both shots from the same spot, how do you explain the gunshot residue? The residue was found at two opposite ends of the petal-shaped rooftop. They're on diagonal. No one can sprint from one end to the other in 10 seconds. Physically impossible. Plus, if the shots were fired from a single spot, the residue should have concentrated in the center. But the police found no traces there, only at those two diagonal ends. I don't know what they're talking about, diagonal ends. Okay. Calm down, I said, smiling. What if the killer wasn't on the rooftop at all, but fired from the observation deck in the middle of Azabudai Hills? The observation deck? Eagle blinked, stunned. This was the idea that they could be firing from in here. What if the killer wasn't on the rooftop at all, fired from the observation? The observation deck? Clearly that hadn't crossed his mind, but there were two shell casings on the rooftop, and the sniper rifle was also left there. Then let me ask, what if the killer didn't fire two shots, but four? I answered, smiling wider. Watching Eagle's brain get turned upside down was one of the life's purest pleasures. You mean 2 shots from the observation deck and 2 more from the rooftop? Eagle gasped. Bingo, my friend. It's good to see that brain of yours finally rebooting after all those years of hibernation, I chuckled. Stop mocking me. Just tell me the rest, Eagle snapped, slamming a bottle of soda in front of me, helpfully unscrewed. I took a slow sip, savoring the moment. This killer went to great lengths to pull off what looks like an impossible crime. First, they sabotaged the surveillance system, forcing the building into a state of closure for maintenance. Then they brought the rifle to Azabudai Hills. They started at the observation deck, fired the 2 real shots, killing both victims. After that, they carried the rifle to the rooftop. To avoid alerting anyone with more gunfire, they attached a suppressor and fired 2 additional shots from the opposite ends of the petal-shaped rooftop. Those last 2 shots, they weren't aimed at anyone, just into the distance, probably into the river or someplace they knew the bullets wouldn't be recovered easily. But if you search within a kilometer radius, I bet you'll find those 2 little peanuts somewhere. I tapped the table for emphasis. How are you going to find those 2 bullets? Okay. As I finished, I glanced at Eagle, deep in thought. Without a word, I restarted the video on his phone. Let's go over the evidence again, I said. As the video hit the 1-minute mark, the first gunshot rang out. Eagle was already distracted, but I nudged him with my elbow to keep him focused. When the video reached the final moments, there it was. 2 sharp noises, thin, screeching, the unmistakable sound of a sniper rifle with a suppressor attached. The reason the sound felt faint, almost ignorable, was likely because it came from the rooftop, far above the ground, distorted by the distance and air, but it was there, clearly. Those two sounds were the final nails in the coffin, solid evidence that proved my deduction was correct. Eagle's face shifted exactly as I expected, half realization, half frustration. I had once again demolished his ghost story theory, and as always, undefeated. There's still one thing, I said quietly, one thing we've all overlooked. Eagle looked drained. What? I already knew from his face he hadn't caught it. I stared straight at him. The killer. I tapped the notebook. Where is the killer? Eagle sighed. No one knows. They just vanished, disappeared into thin air. No, I shook my head. They didn't vanish. What they had was something better than invisibility. Eagle blinked. What? They had the perfect disguise, the kind no one would ever question under those circumstances. Oh, probably a police officer. So there's no difference between our theory and this one. This is saying he fired the real shots from the observation tower by spinning around, and then the fake shots were up here, and we said the easiest thing would be fire the two shots from here, and they don't have to be done within 10 seconds, and use the suppressor. So I think our theory is actually better, and this theory is not an improvement at all. And it seems very dangerous to be firing shots on. This theory requires you to quickly spin around in the minimum time and shoot both shots unsuppressed. The only way that this solution might be better is if you claim that with a suppressor, you couldn't accurately shoot at this distance. Then you might say, okay, he would have had to figure out a way to do it. But this seems completely unfair. We don't know how you can travel between the observation deck. Our theory seems better. But let me see what the chat said. I proposed shooting from the middle of the building, but dismissed my own idea because the angle looked like it would have to go through the building walls. I mean, we looked at it. We looked at the angle, and we said you could probably do it from both, so why worry? If you could do it from both, why not? Doesn't matter. Our solution is just as good as any other, and no way to know which one. So let's not worry about that. All right, now we're getting into the crazy part. Both Sechi, Shirasawa, and Eagle stared at me, visibly tense. Since there were others present, I didn't bother with theatrics. Remember, this is the murder in the 1903 versus 2003. The only thing that I feel fairly strong about is Rick Shrimpton's idea that they've swapped the footage, and that if you look at the footage from the 20th floor camera, you're going to see lots of solution. And Jonathan seems like he was right about the coordinated phone call. So let's read this. I'm very interested to hear what this says. First, I began, the surveillance footage from the day of the incident shows Kenji Doi arriving alone at Azabudai Hills and entering room 1903. After that, no one else entered the room. Doi never came out. No one even passed by. Then at exactly 2:30, with countless witnesses watching, Kenji Doi fell to his death. The police arrived quickly. Crime scene revealed no signs of forced entry. Only one thing was left. On the wall, written in blood, "I deserve to die." It looked exactly like a suicide. Combine that with the surveillance footage and everything seems to line up perfectly. But here's the problem. Kenji Doi had absolutely no reason to commit suicide. A stable family, a healthy body, a newborn child. He was right on the verge of a promotion. There's nothing that would make him choose suicide. Even if he were being threatened or blackmailed, suicide would not have been his first reaction. So my conclusion is simple. This was a murder staged as a suicide. I lifted my tea and took a sip. Sechi Shirasawa nodded repeatedly. It was obvious he agreed. Ever since Doi's death, he'd been gloomy, burdened, constantly investigating. On the surface, it seemed natural. He had been close to Doi. But my instinct told me otherwise. His behavior wasn't that of a man mourning a friend. It was the nervous behavior of the monkey watching another monkey get killed, to serve as a warning. That's a scary thought. Scary visual. The killer's method went like this, I continue. That day, the killer lured Doi to Azabudai Hills with some pretext, booking room 1903 under Doi's name. After Doi entered, the killer, hidden in a blind spot, temporarily shut down the surveillance on the 19th floor and slipped inside. Catching Doi off guard, he slammed Doi's head against the wall, knocking him unconscious. Those are the 2 impact stains. So the killer improvised. He wrote "I deserve to die" over the stain. It served 2 purposes: to fake a suicide note and cover the blood stain that would otherwise be difficult to clean. Then he dragged Doi through the fire escape to room 2003. Okay, so now there's a fire escape between rooms. I guess that's what we were... That was the confusing thing that I guess we're supposed to know. You could have dragged the body without being seen. Through the fire escape. Then there's a balcony now. He propped Doi's body into position, like leaning against a railing, appearing as if he was just looking out at the city. After that, so he's in 2003. After that, the killer left, rejoining everyone else, waiting for the right moment for the trap to trigger, and in front of everyone's eyes, Doi fell to his death. To pull this off, 2 conditions must be met. First, the killer needed to know Doi well enough to lure him into the trap. Second, the killer had to be someone Doi trusted, someone Doi wouldn't be wary of. That's why there were no signs of forced entry. Doi let the killer in. And I think, I said, letting my gaze sweep the room, we all know exactly who fits both of those conditions. Sechi Shirasawa's face darkened. Eagle still looked puzzled. But how do you explain the surveillance footage, he asked, and the trigger? How exactly did that work? Oh, that part's simple, I replied. All you have to do is ask the building management. For security reasons, specifically to prevent hacking and data theft, all their low-voltage systems are completely offline. The surveillance here uses old-style SD card storage. When powered off, they stop recording. When powered back on, they resume, but without logging any gap. Normally, each system holds 2 SD cards, each with 24-hour capacity. I checked. 19th of 24 cameras were missing 10 minutes. It's not a coincidence that missing 10 minutes is the key to the entire method. We'd all been misled by the scene in room 1903, convinced that Kenji Doi had fallen from the 19th floor, but that wasn't true. The fall actually happened from the 20th floor. From the outside, unless you deliberately count the floors, it's practically impossible to distinguish what floor someone fell from. The killer exploited that, tricking everyone's eyes. I also spoke with the cleaning lady. She patrols the building every day from top floor down. On the day of the incident, when she reached the 19th floor, she was quietly watching a show that starts at 12 p.m. every day. So her arrival on the 19th floor was precisely at noon. The police arrived at 2:50 p.m. Working backwards, I discovered something disturbing. The surveillance camera between 12 and 2:50 was missing exactly 10 minutes. This wasn't an accident. Someone had deliberately shut off the cameras. Those 10 minutes were the killer's window of opportunity. Here's what I deduced. After knocking Kenji Doi unconscious, the killer dragged him up to the 20th floor. On the balcony, he carefully posed the body. Somehow there's a balcony now, most likely leaning over the railing, head down in a way that wouldn't immediately draw attention. From a distance, it would look like someone simply gazing out over the city. To ensure the body would fall smoothly, the killer likely used a chain or similar object to elevate Doi's body, setting the correct angle for fall. Then came the mechanism. He used a strong fishing line, creating a tension point that acted like a pivot. One end of the line was tied to a spring-loaded reel, the kind used in construction, similar to a retractable measuring tape. Once released, it would snap back rapidly. The other end of the line was anchored somewhere inside the room. All the killer had to do was ensure that when the door opened, it would catch the line. Inside the door, the killer installed a small, sharp blade. As soon as someone pushed the door open, the blade would slice through the tightened fishing line. The final step was simple but elegant. The killer scheduled a 2:30 p.m. courier pickup as the trigger event. Before that, he left the scene and returned to join everyone else. This was Jonathan's theory, which is pretty clever that Jonathan picked up that the caller could not have been a coincidence at 2:30. That was my favorite part of this case, that Jonathan insisted on that, even though the rest of us dismissed it. When the courier arrived and gently pushed the door to collect the packet, the blade severed the line with the tension suddenly gone. The body fell immediately from the balcony. The spring-loaded reel snapped back, producing a loud whirring sound, the very sound the courier later reported hearing. The 20th floor surveillance footage confirms it. When the courier arrived, the door was slightly ajar. He didn't step inside, he just pushed it. At the exact moment the door moved, the footage caught a brief glint of reflected light, likely the blade fixed to the inside of the door. That was the final piece of the killer's meticulously designed trap. So they didn't switch the SD cards at all. Okay. And here is any thoughts on that before we read the coffee poisoning? So I think the real key that Jonathan really picked up on was the 2:30 coincidence of the phone call. And I think maybe Jonathan also picked up that he would have had to be killed ahead of time. And so how could he be talking on the phone? And if he couldn't be talking on the phone, but the guard seemed to be talking on the phone to him, I think that means that the guard just made it all up. That might have been more effective if the guard told us, like, he said this and then he died, or he said something and then you have to figure out that the guard was lying. Okay, well, I mean, that's a little convoluted. How did he get rid of that stuff from the room? I guess the idea is that we haven't looked at the 20th floor footage. So the 20th floor footage is going to show him collecting his stuff from the room. But if he's going to be in the room, why does he have to have the guard? Or why does he have to have the delivery triggered at 2:30? Oh, because he's not there. He's not there. That's right. So he has to have it trigger while he's not there. And then I guess when the police arrive on the scene, he rushes upstairs and takes all the stuff. Right? Because someone has to clean up the room above. But maybe the police don't investigate that and the guard has time to figure it out. All right, let's read the coffee. Igo and I returned to the meeting room. Kenta Takahashi and Matsumoto Yu were still seated where they had been. Matsumoto looked completely at a loss, while Kenta still managed that innocent, harmless expression. I gestured for the visibly tense Igo to sit down. I'm going to still say he didn't care who he killed, or the other one, but that's the one I'm going to, of my two. Then I began my deduction. I figured out the truth of this case. Kenta Takahashi, or rather, I should call you Matsushita Shota. The moment I said the name Matsushita Shota, Kenta Takahashi's expression changed instantly. I continued. From the very start, we've been trapped in an illusion, like dogs chasing our own tails, going around in circles without realizing it. We always believed your target was Officer Shirasawa. That's why we focused entirely on trying to figure out your murder method, but that was exactly the trap you set for us. When you brought in the coffee and left under the excuse of getting sugar, it wasn't because you had arranged some precise trick to ensure Shirasawa drank the poison cup. The truth is, it didn't matter to you who drank it. Whether it was Shirasawa or Eagle, it made no difference. Either of them dying was fine by you. From the very beginning, this crime didn't require any clever mechanism. Maybe you'll argue you had no reason to harm Eagle, but the reality is you did. Your real name is Matsushita Shota. Just now, Eagle and I confirmed it. 3 years ago, the victims targeted by the Hayakawa clan and the Umehara clan were the Matsushita family, and you were part of that family. According to what I've investigated, although your parents divorced and you lived with your mother under a new name, you maintained a close relationship with your father. Even after he remarried, the bond was still there. But after your father's family was destroyed, you handed the evidence to superiors who were already in collusion with the gangs. As a result, your family couldn't get justice, and you yourself was subjected to relentless suppression. You swore revenge, and anyone who stood in your way had to die. Back then, Eagle was trying to protect you. He wanted to keep you away from this mess. But in your eyes, he was no different from the rest, just another collaborator helping to cover it up. In fact, if Eagle had died today, you probably would have been even more at ease. On the surface, you had no motive against him. That would have made it even easier for you to get away with it. Eagle looked at Kenta Takahashi, who had been silent all this time, gritted his teeth and asked, "Is that true?" Kenta Takahashi avoided Eagle's gaze, then turned to me and asked, "You say it doesn't matter to me who died, then why didn't I just poison both cuts? Wouldn't it have been easier to kill them both?" Eagle's eyes widened in shock at that. I continued calmly, "Well, if you had poisoned both cups, you'd have no way to escape. You need a way to dodge the charge, just like you argued before. You had no control over which cup Shirasawa would pick, and could have been anyone. Maybe someone else poisoned the coffee, and I just happened to serve it, and Shirasawa just happened to take that cup. That becomes your shield. As long as we can't directly prove your method, that excuse keeps you safe. Even if people suspect you, there's no way to convict you." I stared at him. "I believe you had a fourth murder plan prepared, a backup plan for if Eagle survived." "The Hayakawa clan shooting, the Uminahara group shooting, Kenji Doi's death. The killer behind all of it was you. That high school girl said she didn't see anyone leave Azabudai Hills before the police arrived, and she wasn't wrong, because the killer never left. Why was he caught? Simple. Why wasn't he caught? The killer was a police officer. All he had to do was wait until his colleagues arrived, then blend into the crowd. No one would question him. As for the death of Kenji Doi, I won't repeat the process here. You went through all that effort staging the scene just so you could stand there alongside everyone else, pretending to be a witness, pretending to be shocked watching him fall." Kenta Takahashi was speechless. Matsumoto Yu wasted no time in cuffing him and taking him into custody. My part in this was done. This was now Matsumoto's job. As Kenta Takahashi was being led away, Eagle suddenly called out, "So, what was the fourth plan, the one you had ready for me?" Kenta stopped. After a brief silence, he smiled and said, Everything the detective said was right, except for one thing. I wasn't hoping it would be you who drank that coffee. If nothing had happened to you, well, then there wouldn't have been a fourth plan." Eagle froze, speechless. And just like that, Kenta Takahashi was taken away. Since it was a rare trip to Japan, I spent some time sightseeing. As the host, Eagle accompanied me to various landmarks across the city. Soon it was time for me to head home. Eagle came with me all the way to the airport. He didn't show it outright, but I could tell he was still troubled. That case with Kenta Takahashi, it's been sentenced already, hasn't it? I knew he was still holding on to it. He couldn't let it go. Eagle nodded. "Oh, we asked that." He says, "Yeah, he's getting the punishment he deserves. I went to see him before they transferred him to headquarters." I raised an eyebrow. "You went to see him? Why?" Eagle rolled his eyes. "Don't act like I don't know. You're still hung up on that Mr. M. Obviously, I went to ask him about it." I stared at him in surprise. This guy actually paid attention to something like that. It was true, I hadn't let go of the mystery surrounding that organization. After Kenta Takahashi was taken into custody, I never got a chance to visit him. He refused to see me. I hadn't expected Eagle to get anything, but now that he did, I immediately pressed him. "Spit it out. What did he say?" Eagle replied, he said he doesn't know who Mr. M is either. Every time Mr. M contacted him, it was through some random kid. Gave the kid some money to deliver a letter. He destroyed the letter as soon as he read it. But the general message was always the same. Mr. M promised to create opportunities for him to kill. For example, the leaders of the Hayakawa clan and the Umenahara group were lured to those two rooftops by Mr. M. The reservation for room 2003 was also made by him, and even the cyanide, well, it came from Mr. M. My mind spun. Why? What exactly does this organization gain from all this? While I was deep in thought, a child suddenly approached me and handed me an envelope. On the envelope, the symbol of the Night Killer organization. I quickly asked the child, "Who gave this to you?" But the kid shook his head. He didn't know anything. I scanned the area looking for anyone suspicious. Nothing. No one. Carefully, I opened the envelope. Inside was a simple line. Detective, until we meet again. And here is our Detective Suzaku. All right. Case 1 of 2. It's taken us 4 hours and 42 minutes to play. Let's see what the chat has to say. Very specific about the mechanism in the hotel. Doesn't even talk about the phone call. Yeah, it did. It absolutely did tell us that he purposely wanted to be there on the phone. The SD card wasn't related. Maybe it will be mentioned in part 3. John says kudos for Jesse and Rick about getting part 3 right, about him not caring which one he poisoned. Yeah, so I like that idea. That's one of those, that's a mystery where you assume that the killer has to have a way to target the one person, and if you think outside the box, you come up with the theory that he doesn't care who dies. I like that idea. I'd say these are part and parcel of the kinds of cases we're used to. The solution is not 100% convincing. It feels like all of these cases could have had alternate solutions that would have been equally as convincing, but led to good discussions. We got the gist of most of them. We figured out clever parts of each 3 different people in the channel. I mean, you know, not amazing, but reasonable. Reasonable. I like the vibe and style of these. The clues could be better. The only real complaint I have is that some of the facts are just too ambiguous. They open up too many possibilities, like the handwriting being non-dominant hand, worrying about the mechanics of the SD cards, worrying about this fire escape and balcony that we never heard anything about. That's the kind of thing I don't like, that we don't really know what some of the facts mean. It mentioned him wanting to be there with the alibi. I don't know if it explicitly said he faked talking to him on the phone. Yeah, I think we'll just have to assume that. I think case 2 and 3 from the first box were better, but these were better than the race car case. Yes, I would agree with that. The race car case still is the worst case of all of them. These 2 cases were better than the race car case. And the other thing I like about this is I like that we got 3 chapters that were connected. I appreciate that. All right, well, that's the first half of this case done. I think this is a little bit, while we're criticizing it, this is a little bit of a miss too, right? There should have been a hint for each of them. It is weird to just have a hint for the first case. Okay, what are we doing on Sunday? I do not know. It's possible that we will play the second part of this on Sunday. I guess it will depend whether Jonathan and Rick want to play this Sunday afternoon. If not, maybe we'll play it next weekend. We'll talk about it on Discord or on the comments to this channel, to this video. Thank you for joining me. I'll see you next time.